Hello, Oreos. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. No matter where and all you are, thank you very much for coming to my stream. Hello, 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 hello. Good morning, Oreos. Hello. Oh, I've got to put the music on. Whoop. Okay, today's gonna be a bit different. A bit fishy, but oh, okay, no, that. Wait, actually, no. Where's my serious music? Okay, this one. Well, yeah, it shouldn't be that loud, but. Or maybe actually no, this one's pretty chilled. I'll do this one instead. Yeah, Oreos. Hi, I'm Orion Ookami. こんにちは、こんばんは。はいざます。私はOrion Ookamiです。よろしくお願いします。Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Orion Ookami. Alright, so I'll say this again. I'll say it a million times as needed. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a therapist. So anyone who messages me stuff, I'm really sorry for what you're going through, but please, oh please, oh please, I am not licensed, I'm not medical, I'm doing this for my own passionate understanding. And yeah, not for content, no. It's mostly for I'm passionate about mental health, and I think the world needs to be a bit more kinder. Maybe not use the excuse, oh, they did this, so their mental health, blah, blah, blah. No, like, people are aware of what they do, to be honest. So even if it's like they've said something and they've said something really insensitive and then they'll apologize for it and it's like, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, I've done it before. But then if you knew you did it before, why the hell would you do it again? Like, you can, I think people need to start controlling themselves of what they say and when. I mean, it's not even just about professionalism. It's pretty much like, what's the word? Karma. Let's just say, yes, sometimes even I've been wanting to say a lot of insensitive stuff, but I hold myself back because I know, like, sometimes there will be some stuff I will say and it will hurt people. And it's not nice, but yeah, sometimes it does. Unless I've got to a stage where I've had enough and I'm just like, you know what? I'll say this because you guys, like, not you lot. It's more for, not Oreos, I mean, it's more for like people that are pretty horrible out there, especially for like mental health, and they think mental health entertainment purposes, which obviously it's not. It's not for entertainment purposes. This is more understanding. Even if it's like a drop in the water, I'll say it again. Even if I'm like the only one who talks about mental health and it's drop in the ocean kind of thing, it has like a ripple effect. But anyway, this is my point. I think I'll start doing more mental health streams because, like I said before, I want to reduce the stigma, and the stigma is like still pretty big. Yeah, I think unfortunately the world has a bit of a horrible situation right now, especially when it comes to mental health. People will always use the excuse, oh, it's because they're mentally ill, or yeah, it's because but then it's like, okay, you can say that, but then how many times are you going to give them that excuse that it's okay or they should be forgiven for it? No, enough's enough, man. There's boundaries that you cross and that's it, you're out, like, literally. I think there's a few, like, I won't mention obviously names and all that stuff because I just don't really give a shit about that, but let's just say a few people out there really do need to start controlling themselves, especially with me. If they comment and be like, oh, you're doing this with him, I actually don't give a shit what you think. Especially those who keep DMing me and be like, how can you do this for this? How can you do it for entertainment purposes? I'm not. This is something I'm passionate about. And yeah, if one day I leave the world, at least like my relatives or Oreos that actually do want to support me realize this is something I've been wanting to for years. So yeah, check my lore. It definitely shows what like people go through. But anyway, so because I'm British, obviously, like with anyone, they'll have to follow by the NHS. But even sometimes the NHS, I probably could say this now because it's gonna be May soon. I'm gonna be, actually no, I'll say it in May. Maybe not now. I'll say it in May. But yeah, anyway, moving on. So Oreos, enough about talking. This is what I'm passionate about, and this is what I want to show people, that we are still human at the end of the day, and things that's happened to us in the past does not define us of who we are in the future. It's literally molds us of what we are, if that makes sense. to be nice to us because, yeah, let's just say we've been through stuff people would never expect that we've been through. Anyway, moving on. So today, like I said, we're doing bipolar disorder. So yes, my mouse is yellow. That's because I'm not very good with white mouse, like a white colored mouse. So I've had to change it a few times, and I think yellow is like the best for me right now. So yeah. Anyway, we're gonna go through bipolar disorder, and yes, they are very human, and there's loads of factors between them. Okay, so let's move on. So bipolar, and like I said, we're gonna be doing this in Japanese and Arabic, and I've tried to look for like Chinese and Korean, and there's a lot of like false translations out there. I think like the easiest for me would probably be Japanese and Arabic for now, and because like some of them are actually licensed in Japan, and there's some USA clinics that are licensed as well. So yeah, don't worry, I've done my research. It's not like a overnight thing. No, I've actually done my research, like huge. So yeah, moving on. Mental disorder. Yeah. I need some water. Oh, forgot. You know you're a mental health VTuber when you forget your water. It's good to drink water, especially now, because yes, I will be honest with you, Oreo. Sometimes I do get nervous about mental health because you're almost gonna have that judgment where people are gonna judge you for your intention. I know what my intention is, so you gotta question yours. I know what mine are. But anyway, moving on. Wait, let me get some water. Wait, it's right next to me, kinda. Yeah. Wait, well, let me get some water. I'll be right back. Zoom. Sorry, I'm back. Hello, and I've got some bottle of water. And like, yeah, if people want to think what they like to think, that's fine. Like, I don't actually mind. I know what my intention are, so you definitely need to ask yourselves what's your intention. Anyway, moving on, because I think whenever I do mental health streams, a lot of people do question or DM me on Discord. I like my privacy, so yeah, moving on. Okay, so mental health, okay, let me drink some water. Yes, talking about mental health sometimes does make me a bit nervous, only because yeah, it just does a while. It's almost like the after effect when you're dealing with people. I mean, let's just say I've dealt with a lot of people for many years, especially with mental health, so I'm kind of used to things. That makes sense. Yeah, I think maybe on May I'll be a bit more open about like, yeah, NHS and that. Don't work for the NHS, it really messes you up, I tell you that. I could say this though, let's just say doctors and nurses would rather do a only one than actually work for the NHS. But this is just from my experience, especially with like alcohol and smoking. Yes, NHS is extremely stressful. It's like almost like, imagine if you're dealing with trolls, but IRL trolls, like literally IRL trolls. So this is why whenever they come in my chat or like DM me, I will like, you just have to say one comment, I'll know exactly what you're like. Yeah, the joys of working for the NHS. Anyway, that'll be for a stream. That'll be a stream. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna go back to bipolar. Bipolar disorder is a mental health condition that affects your moods, which can swing from one extreme to another. It is used to be known as manic depression, which is actually completely wrong. Symptoms. So, like I said, I used to, like my privacy, so I used to, but we'll talk about it in May. Symptoms. People with bipolar disorder have an episode of depression, feeling very low and lethargic, mania, feeling very high and overactive. Symptoms of bipolar disorder depending on which mood you're experiencing. Simple, like mood swings, can be extreme. Episodes of bipolar disorder can last for several weeks or longer. I think people don't realize, like, when someone has a mental health disorder, extremely tiring for them. So be nice to them and be kind, and like, especially with this world and like what's going on with a lot of things, it's nice when you like, even if you don't get a message, the fact is that you've tried to like help. That's all that should matter. Anyway, it's fine. We will talk about situations of like death and all that stuff. We will talk about it in the future. Moving on. Unlike simple mood swings to extreme episode of bipolar disorder can last for 7 weeks or longer. Depression. You may initially be diagnosed with clinical depressions before you have a manic episode, after which you may be diagnosed with a bipolar disorder. During an episode of depression, you may have overwhelming feelings of worthlessness, which can potentially lead to the sort of I can't say that, unfortunately, because YouTube and Twitch. So let's just say unalive, which is a bit more sensitive wording. I've noticed as well, I have to like really be careful of my word, especially with YouTube and Twitch. I am aware of, like I said, sometimes my streams isn't for the faint-hearted because I do get serious most of the times, but sometimes I don't. I think when I'm playing games, I'm a bit more relaxed, but it really depends. When I'm playing a scary game, I actually watched someone, I won't say who, was playing a scary game, and I was like, dude, you're brave. So freaking brave. But yeah, I think it depends. I think maybe next week we'll see. There's a few scary games I want to play, but anyway, if you're feeling unalive, this is for UK. Obviously USA and around the world will be a bit different. Can't remember if I deleted that message. Actually, I need to put it back in the health topic. Sorry, I need to go back to that again. But yeah, for UK peeps, there is like cemeterians in like, there is one in USA, there is one in Japan, and there is one where you can literally, depending what country, I know like recently I've had to like Spain and Portugal, there is as well. I'll put it in the Discord topic, because for those who are feeling like unalive, please, before you do anything, please talk to someone first, because I can either almost break you or make you, kind of thing. And yeah, it's really unfortunate, but there's a lot of people that I know that actually made me become a mental health YouTuber, because it's like, okay, maybe if I said something or they spoke to me, things could have changed. Who knows? I can't predict the future. But anyway, moving on. Sorry, I'm not like trauma dumping. I'm just saying like, yeah, no, I'm not trauma dumping. Trauma dumping is a bit different, but yeah. Anyway, so UK peeps, but even with USA, like usually you can speak to your GP, but you can as well. I think Japan's culture is a bit more lenient, meaning like if you have a doctor, or you can go to A&E now and they will take you, from what I remember from someone, I don't want to say who or what they are to me, but in Japan they can take you to like a facility, and that will help you in a way. I mean, like I said, Japan's culture will be very different to US culture, but at the moment now, like Japanese culture is kind of similar to Arab culture in a way. Yeah, but anyway, moving on, that's just my opinion. Okay, so with NHS 111, that does actually help for some people, and that's actually changed since Ligma started. So UK peeps, you can call 111. USA, please call cemeterians. I've completely forgot to add it on. Yeah, they do have a cemetery. So UK peeps, we do have a cemeterians. Japan and USA, you also have a cemeterians. I will put it in the Discord topic. I just have to find that website again. I hope it still works, but I will have to update it, because there's some sites on the mental health topic, and it's a bit out of date. Yeah, I will update it soon. Anyway, mania is during manic phase of bipolar disorder. You may feel very happy, lots of energy, ambitious plans, ideas, and large amounts of money on things you cannot afford. would not normally want. So this can happen with a lot of things, but there's obviously like how severe, how lenient. When I mean severe, of like so here's the borderline. How far are you going of how much you're paying for stuff? I can say one example, but I know a lot of people are gonna hate me for saying it. Gotcha. No, kidding. I'm sorry. Okay. No, okay, that was a bit insensitive. Sorry. Moving on. There's lots of like different forms of addictions. It's also common to not feel like eating or sleeping, talk quickly, become annoyed easily. Yes, I have seen a few streamers. Yeah, I think as well, not just that, this can also intertwine with like ADHD and loads of other stuff. But anyway, it's not always gonna be, you really have to get yourself tested before. Like, don't I beg you, please, for the love of, not Google, because Google's rubbish most of the time. Don't self-diagnose yourself. Actually go to a profession, because self-diagnose yourself like can lead to a huge amount of like kind of worms. But then obviously if that leads to a massive kind of worms, like the counseling can help open that, and even psychiatry for some people, because obviously psychiatry does help. It really depends on the person, everyone's different. Okay, you may feel creative and view manic phase or bipolar as a positive experience, not always. You also may symptoms of psychosis where you see and hear things that are not there or become convinced things that are not true. So long-term reality can become for schizophrenia as well, like hearing voices. I know there's like a massive head talk. I was actually told to watch like years ago, but we will talk about it when we get to a stream on schizophrenia. Oh wait, I gotta change my I gotta change my tags, because my tags on Twitch are weird. They're so freaking weird. Sorry, I really need to sort this out. I have no idea how, and it just really, I think the number of times I change it often, when I'm on stream or not on stream. Let me just change it this way, one second. Yeah, wait, sorry. I'm really gonna change my, where is it gone? The tag. Hopefully it should work, and hopefully not. Let's see. Sorry y'all, I should have done this beforehand, but I was like going to one of my mods. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 日本語どこ？日本語。Like I said, we will, like I did find it in Japanese and Arabic, which is good. And I do watch them now before I stream them, because obviously there's a few people out there that are quite weird. That I just don't trust what they say, even in a different language. Anyway, moving on. Wait, 1 second. Sorry, I really should have done this beforehand. At least like sometimes it'll work, but wait, okay. Let's just add the tags now. Moving on, sorry about that. Oreos. Okay, my bad. We're back. Yeah, so long term, so psychosis is very common. We will talk about a stream just on psychosis, because it's a lot. I think people need to realize that it's a bit different to everyone, so you can't put everyone in one box, because of just there's millions of variables. Like, not unfortunately, it's not that. It's simple. Human mind's very complex. Okay, treatments for bipolar disorder. High and low phases of bipolar disorder are often so extreme that they interfere with everyday life. There are 7 options for treating bipolar disorder that can make a difference. They aim to control the effects of an episode and help someone with bipolar disorder live life as normally as possible. Okay, the NHS is really horrible when it comes to wording as well. What is normal? What is normal when someone has a mental health disorder? What is, to them it's normal, so don't ever, what's normal? Normal's not having a mental health. Anyway, I really don't like the NHS, they really piss me off actually. Okay, the following treatment options are available. Medicine to prevent episodes of mania and depression. These are known as mood stabilizers. You can take them every day on a long-term basis. Medicine to treat the main symptoms of depression and mania when they happen. Learn to recognize triggers and signs of episode of depression or mania. Psychological treatments such as talking therapy, which can help you deal with depression and provides advice on how you improve your relationship. Okay, talking therapy is good, but usually counseling doesn't actually provide, they provide suggestions, but advice? Okay, when was this written? I can tell. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This is last year, January. Okay, makes sense then. Okay. I really don't like the NHS. They really piss me off when like their new situations and that. Anyway, moving on. Especially with international law, the NHS is just so freaking... We follow a lot of like Australia's law, which is weird. Even though Australia follows us as well when it comes to like NHS kind of thing. It's weird. Let's not get into that. It's just really weird. Anyway, moving on. Provides advice how to improve relationship. Okay, not always. Lifestyle advice such as doing regular exercise, planning activities you enjoy that give you a sense of achievement, as well as advice on improving the diet and getting more sleep. I was actually talking to someone about how important sleep is. We will do a stream about it. How important sleep is really important. Like I said, mental health wise, it's really huge. Yeah, and it can really affect your mood throughout the whole day. But yeah, let's see. Hopefully. Okay, so moving on. Some advice for people with long-term conditions or carers are also available for charity support groups and associations. The thing is with mental health, I think people need to realize, and I'll say it often, like you're really not alone. Like seriously, you're really, really, really not alone at all. You need to, I think a lot of people need to realize that even if they're not part of a community or like, there are some communities that are good and there are some communities that are really just quite, what's the word? You just gotta be careful of, like you literally gotta be careful of communities because like I said, there are some communities out there who will try to bring you down, unfortunately, but that's just human nature, especially with like jealousy is a real thing. I think people try to hide away from it, and the more you're jealous of someone, the more bitter you become. But yeah, moving on. So but we will talk about that in a stream. Jealousy is a huge, especially in this day and world, it's like massive massive thing that people really need to be careful with, because I think jealousy is pretty much like a you problem kind of thing. Like literally the person who's jealous, it's pretty much that problem. And I think it involves as well insecurities. So yeah, moving on. Okay, we might actually go through this one as well. Okay, bipolar and pregnancy. Bipolar disorder, like all mental health problems, can get worse during pregnancy, but specialists are available if you need it. Okay, I really hope maybe there's a link between pregnancy and bipolar, but also can be inheritance as well. Okay, the exact cause of bipolar is unknown, though Stowe believes the number of triggers can trigger an episode. These include extreme stress, overwhelming problems, life-changing events, genetic and chemical factors. So when they say chemical factors, it's more like an imbalance of your chemical in your mind, like head, brain. Yeah. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. Do tell me if I go too much like weird jargon. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible for all of you, even for myself sometimes, because you mean I'm like, okay. Moving on. Who's affected? Bipolar disorder is very common, and 1 in 100 people will be diagnosed with it at some point of their life. Bipolar disorder can occur at any age, although it develops between the age of 15 and 19. Yes and no, not always, because it can also affect the person when they've had life-changing events. You could be 40 and it could also affect you as well. It really doesn't matter. This is just my opinion. I could be wrong. I think with mental health, it really doesn't. It has no like, oh, you're at this age. Oh, this can happen. Oh, you're at this age. Oh, this can. No. It can literally happen at any age, because as you just get older, you start realizing, oh, wait, this is not normal. Oh, okay, no, this is normal. Well, for me, this is actually normal because of what I went through, or like past. So, yeah. Men and women from all backgrounds are equally likely to develop bipolar disorder. Culture does not matter when it comes to bipolar disorder. It's more, I don't want to say it's common in like USA and UK. It's not. It's literally common around the world. It's just some people like to put people in boxes, which doesn't always help. It actually makes things a lot worse, but unfortunately it does happen. Moving on, the pattern of mood swings in bipolar disorder varies widely. For example, some people may have a couple of bipolar episodes in their lifetime and then stable in between, while others have many episodes. So when I say treatment is extremely important, and treatment could be like different situations of like I said, counseling, talking therapy, medication. I'm all for, if you have medication and your doctors prescribe you, please do take it. I'm not the one to be like, oh, I'm the influencer, I have this, I don't take medication. No, fuck off. I swear to God, medication's important, because as people will say, oh yeah, I've lived with this and not had medication. No, but then, okay, I can say this though, sometimes medication can work and sometimes it can't. It really depends on the person. If a doctor has prescribed to you this medicine and it wants it to help, great. If it helps, amazing. If it doesn't help, well, speak to your doctor and get something else, because there's like a million now. There's so many forms of medication now. It's kind of I think it depends on where you're from. I know USA and UK medications are a bit different in name wise, but they're pretty much similar. Anyway, moving on. Bipolar disorder and driving. If you have bipolar disorder, you must inform driving. Yeah, I highly doubt it. So I can almost understand they'll be like, oh, it could affect your driving if you have like a. It really depends. Because I know I have a. Let's just say I know a lot of people who do have bipolar, and it really, if it becomes like a trigger for them, they'll know what to do. They'll stop. Sometimes even if you're driving, just park the car, because it's better to know that you're safe in a safe environment and for anything else. Hello, Kim Lee. Hello. What's up? Yeah, so driving, like, it's better if you park, because I've been in situations where I'm driving and I'm just like, I need to park. The sky is up. Indeed it is. The sky is up and the sky is blue. Indeed. So the sky is up, the moon is up. Okay. But yeah, like I said, so you can, I think with mental health, people need to start realizing control. Like, there are some things that you can control, you need to start working with it, because even anger management as well is like a form of control, or like triggers. And if people feel like My craving for fish is up to the roof. Fish is good for you. I'm good, thank you. Yourself? I love fish. It's good omega. It is good actually. Fish was omega. Anything that has omega like eggs, fish, it's really good. What was I saying? Blah. Okay, driving. So if you can park, I was hungry. Oh god, I wonder why I'm hungry for a lecture today. Kind of. Okay. Social care and support guide. If you need help with day-to-day living because of bipolar disorder, care for someone who regularly because they have bipolar disorder, including family members. Yes, and I've also been in situations where marriage, when you're married to someone, like it's nice when you're married to someone because they can care for you and you can care for them, especially when it comes to like communication and mental health understanding to an extent, because you can be like, oh, today's not my day, and they can be like, okay, today's not my day, and that's fine. You guys just have to like give yourself times to like be alone. I think sometimes, especially with relationships, it's fine to be alone. Like I said, if you have family, great, you can like put your babysit. Let's just say a lot of people that I know maybe babysit. I can't stand it. But anyway, moving on. I can't stand it because they literally don't ask me for the time. They just like dump them, and I'm like, oh my god, fine. It's like, okay, let's deal with this. Excuse me, they want alone time. There is a time and place with that. But anyway, moving on. Well, can't be me. I'm a single Pringle. Oh, thank you, Kimberly. I mean, even like being single has benefits as well. Because you know what triggers you, and you can pretty much, you're like self-aware of your own understanding of your own mental health. Because like I said, everyone's different. So yeah, but if it comes to situations or like circumstances, and like I remember I got a DM like, oh, I'm really sorry to trigger you, and I was like, what? I didn't get it. I was like, what were you saying to trigger me? And they were like so like gaslighting me, and I was just like, no, don't freaking talk to me like that, bye. Oh yeah, plenty of benefits. I have to get all the chocolate during Valentine's Day, and I don't want to. Yeah, or like Korean noodles, like the, what's that called? Single noodle. It's hilarious in Korea. It's so funny. Okay, so let's go through some of these, because as much as I don't like the NHS, it's just useful to know. Okay, bipolar disorder. Although it's usually long-term effect, students' bipolar disorder combined with self-help techniques can limit its impact on their everyday life. Stay active and eat well. Okay, we're all human. Sometimes like we can be too overactive as well. So there's like moderation of how much. Let's just say I've had to deal with a lot of like people who have neck pain. Being single means I can shrimp over Leona in peace. Eat that non-existent girlfriend. I mean, to be honest, I would rather simp on a 2D character, because at least I know I won't get them pregnant, or they won't get me pregnant. Yeah, but then obviously there's like some limit on like, you got to be careful as well as parasocial. I mean, it's nice when people have like, they want to enjoy stuff, it has a fandom, and then they move on to the next thing. That's fine. If you're gonna enjoy things and then it's like a long term, and then you try to like find out, it comes to the stage when you start like, I think the biggest worry for like VTubers is being, I'm pretty much gonna say quite like brutally honest, stalking is obviously dangerous and it's not right, whoopsie, because you're literally human. And yeah, when it comes to that stage, obviously don't ever, because you gotta realize, like, to reduce the parasocial with people, especially in 2D and the internet, you pretty much say to people, I eat and sleep and go to the toilet just like you. There's literally no difference between me and you. So yeah, but anyway, moving on. There's like, we will talk about what's that Japanese word? hikikomori. Hikikomori is a huge, like, people think it's a social anxiety. It's more than that. It's actually more than that. Hikikomori is like you're literally the only time or interaction you're literally at home a whole year, pretty much. It can be severe over like a year, a month, or like 3 months or 6 months. A week is fine. I've even done that before. I've literally not left the house for like 2 weeks because I ain't bothered. I'm just so tired. And that's normal. That's very normal for people when it's a week. Obviously, it becomes severe if it becomes a month, 2 months, 3 months. But like I said, we will talk about hikikomori. Wait, okay, let me just like give you guys a glance of hikikomori. So, like I said, we will talk about it. This is pretty much okay. Obviously, I don't trust Wikipedia. I think it's a lot really shit, to be honest. There's a lot of things even I'm not Google myself yet, and I don't think I want to ever in the future. But yeah, hikikomori is a huge thing in Japan. And in condition when an individual refuse to leave their parents' house, not work or go to school, isolate themselves from society and family in a single room and proceed exceeding 6 months. Okay, so we will talk about this in the future because it is huge. To this day, it's a massive problem. This is in English, but yeah, I don't trust Wikipedia at all. We will talk about it because it's not even just in Japan. There's like different there's different ways of saying hikikomori. I might be saying it actually wrong. Hikikomori, yeah. For something to send 6 months, it's definitely tells you something. And I think there is an Arabic word for it as well. I need to ask a few people about it who actually do a lot of like yeah, I will search about it. But anyway, it's for another stream. Sorry. Okay, usually living with bipolar disorder. Okay, people with bipolar disorder, people with any form of mental health, you are loved. Please don't ever think you're not loved because you have a mental health disorder. No, you are loved. Even if it's not a human, like I swear the day I get a cat, I really want to get the cat, and I think I'll like show the whole world how adorable cats are and puppies. Please, oh please, don't yours or. I mean, animals are cute. They could also be like animal therapy is a huge thing, and I love animal therapy because it definitely helps with many things when it comes to. Oh, they showed it in Japanese fish. Okay, that's fine. Moving on. Okay, we will talk about animal therapy, but I think once I've got a few okay, I need to before I forget, I need to put this on my notes because lately I'm animal therapy. Yeah, animal therapy is a real thing and it's huge, and I think it needs to be more open about it because as someone, I love animals. Like if anyone, even my mods, sent stuff about animals and being really horrible and cruel to them, dude, you better watch your back because I will ban you if you ever send me videos or recommendation videos on animals and you're not nice. Don't do that. Don't be an asshole. Moving on. Be nice to animals. I love them. Okay, moving on. So, stay active and eat well. Eating well can keeping fit help reduce symptoms of bipolar disorder, particularly depressive symptoms. It may also give you something to focus on and provide a routine, which is important for many people. Yeah, a schedule is good, but like I said, with people who have disabilities, whether it's physical or mental or all kinds, yes, disability is a real thing. September, I swear there's like a song named You're welcome to Kimberly. You don't have to ask, don't worry about it. It's fine if it's you or Snowbun, you can send me stuff, I don't mind. Anyone else that's like I don't actually know, yeah, please don't do that. You obviously got a neck note first. Anyway, moving on. Schedules are important and it's nice, but obviously, like, even with schedules, you will need to have a break. We're all human at the end of the day, so. Okay, a healthy diet combined with exercise may also help limit weight gain, which is a common side effect of medical treatments for bipolar disorder. Yes, that is true. Obviously, what's that word? The stigma of being fat. There's nothing wrong. To be honest, there's nothing. If you want to lose weight, healthy diet. I don't know where. Just, I mean, like, it's funny because like people in Japan are like, oh yeah, the people who are in Japan, they're like, oh yeah, the Japanese are so healthy. Man alive. I think everyone has different views. Hello, Michaela. That's an interesting name. Hi. Yeah, healthy diets can be different as long as you have moderation. But for someone who like drinks alcohol like weekly, yeah, there's addictions with the alcohol and moderation. But yeah, we will talk about it in stream. Addiction is very common, and yes, I like to be open about it because I think when it comes to mental health, it is important. Yes, voice actors deal with mental health as well. We all do. Doctors, nurses. I don't think there is not a single person who hasn't dealt with mental health. And those who are like, oh yeah, mental health's not real. Yeah, please get yourself checked out. Hello, Michaela. Thank you very much for coming in. Hi. We're talking about bipolar. So like I said, please, my streams are not for the faint-hearted. And for good reason. Because yeah, there'll be situations where I'll talk like, yeah. Anyway, moving on. Some treatment. Do join our Discord, Michaela. It should be there. I'm not sure. Michaela, I hope I've said your name correctly. Okay, moving on. Some treatment also increase the risk of doing diabetes or worse illness in people that already have it. Yes. I think you have a higher risk with diabetes if your like relatives have it, so it can be like mother, father, maybe not sister or brother, that doesn't actually matter. Golden dark side. Kimberly, we're not. No, I'm not the dark side. Come on. But yes, I like your jokes. They're cute. Thank you. All right, moving on. Honestly, I don't understand the topic. Oh, okay. Well, we're talking about bipolar disorder, which is a mental health illness that many people deal with around the world. They're interested. Okay. Well, that's good. I've got you hooked on then. Sorry. We will like I said, I've got a few videos in English. Join the wolf tribe, we have cookies and a nice glass of milk. I mean, cookies are nice though. I want to join it. Where's that? Thank you, Kimberly. Annual health check. Yes. So you should have a health check at least once a year to monitor your risk of developing heart disease or diabetes. Yes. The thing is with the UK, it's not like I think it really depends on the person, especially this is like UK though. We will talk about America, Japan, and some Arabic as well cultures. I'm talking about bipolar disorder for people who deal with bipolar, whether they're VTuber streamers, it's everyone around the world pretty much. I'm not saying it like if you're diagnosed with bipolar, it's really not the end of the world. You're still human at the end of the day. It's just some stuff has happened that's made you realize. I think it's more accepting the fact that people have mental illnesses, and it's just first stage you accept it, second stage other people won't. It really depends on the person. I hope I make a lot of sense here when it comes to that. Anyway, moving on. Use your self-management program. Okay, self-management programs aims to take care of an active part of your own recovery and not to control. Yes, this is okay. Wow, and I just actually say something correct. Okay, active part of your own recovery so you're not controlled by your illness 100%. Bipolar UK. Yeah, courses are useful, but it really depends on the person because, to be honest, I've been with a lot of courses, and some have helped and some have. It really depends on the person themselves. Anyway, moving on. Talk about it. Some people with bipolar disorder find it easy to talk to family and friends about the condition and its effects. Other people find it easier to talk to charities and support groups. Yep, I've dealt with like cultures where as soon as you said you have a mental illness, they're literally okay, well, you can't marry anymore. It's like, okay, that's a bit of ignorancy and arrogancy. How about no, I can if I want to in the future. But anyway, that's just another situation. Please, 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 no parasocial here. Anyway, moving on. Many organizations run self-help groups and can put you in touch with other people in the condition. Don't self-diagnose. We were talking about that, Michaela. Please don't self-diagnose yourself. Don't. It's not good. Actually get yourself professionally checked before you self-diagnose. We will talk about... Okay. That's giving me another idea. I think a lot of people are self-diagnosing. Self-diagnosis is dangerous, so please, oh please be careful with that. We will talk about it because unless it's done by a psychiatrist or a doctor, yeah, everyone could say that, but yeah, please, please don't self-diagnose. It's not right at all. Moving on. A lot of people can be like, oh yeah, I've got this. And it's like, have you actually got yourself professionally checked first? It's more better when it's licensed by someone, like a medical license, whether it's in Japan, USA, UK, it really doesn't matter. But you get yourself checked. That's what matters. Okay. This enables you to share helpful ideas and help you realize you're not alone in feeling the way you do. Yes, I think with mental health, especially in this day and age, please, oh please, oh please, oh please, oh please. If there's one thing that I hope, if there's a time I'm not here because of just circumstances and that, or don't ever feel mental health wise, please, oh please don't ever think you're alone. I think people around the world, especially when it comes to mental health, are like, oh, but I feel really lonely. No, a lot of people, a huge amount of people deal exactly the same as you. And even if your culture's different, you'll be surprised. Like, there's some cultures that are very similar and there's some cultures that are completely different. It really depends on the person themselves. But please, oh please, if there's ever a time I'm not here because of just stuff and just life and all that stuff, please don't ever think Oreo is that you're alone. Dude, seriously, trust me on that. Once you realize you're not alone in the world, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised, I swear. Okay, next. Organizations also provide online support groups and blogs. Yes, but do be aware. Like I said, there sometimes can be quite bad apples. Even with my Discord, I think I've had to like pick and ban now. Literally, now today is Monday. Literally last week I've had to ban like 3 or 4 people and I've had to security. Honestly, I'm scared to myself. I'm scared to get myself checked for anything because knowing it makes me overthink. No, it's better you know it now than like 10 years, 15 years, and then all of a sudden it just blows out of proportion. Trust me on that. Because it's better that you know now so you can go towards recovery than to not know. I think the scariest people are those who are not diagnosed. That's the scariest part. Especially as we'll talk about narcissism, because yeah, there are some people out there I've noticed. I just noticed a lot of things when it comes to people, how they talk, how they react. Even their tone of voice really affects how they are to, even how they are to themselves to a point. Like literally, it really does affect people. To the point of like, oh, wow. And yeah, it really does affect people. And I think it's unfortunate, but it's better you get yourself diagnosed now so you accept everyone's time here isn't going to be forever. That's one thing you got to realize. And yes, I love talking to existential people because it makes me, I love that they question stuff and after question, after question, after question. That's fine. You're concerned. You'll want to know what's actually going on. And yes, sometimes people have a huge fear, like a huge fear of things. Like, perfect example is people that I know who have a huge fear of mice. And it literally comes to the point where they're literally screaming Bloody Mary. And I'm just like, okay, you really need to get that. Like, not fixed. It's not something that you fix. No, it's something that, okay, if it was a situation that something that I really love had a mouse near them and they picked up when they want a pet rat, am I going to be terrified of the rat? Or am I going to actually be like, okay, no, I have to overcome this fear? There are some fears you can control and there's some fears you can't, but you just have to accept it. Perfect example is that. Yeah, Michaela, please. Please do get yourself checked out, because I think acceptance now of who you are right now, this moment, really does make a difference in the future as you grow older. I mean, like I said, nobody's gonna be here forever. I'm certainly not. I'll be happy if I'm here next year, to be honest, doing this. Who knows? Things can change. I will accept it, whatever happens in the future. Okay. Moving on, some useful charities, support groups, association can include, rethink mental illness. Yeah, I think the world need to rethink mental illness, especially with stereotypes now. We will talk about actually a point of that. Stereotype is huge. I think even as a mental health VTuber, there's a lot of stuff that people have stereotype of, and stereotype is normal. That's very normal. I've been like, even with people that I've been extremely close with, and they'll say something and I was like, no, there's a stereotype, and they're like, oh yeah, and I'm like, listen, not everyone's gonna be like you, and that's fine. You just have to accept that. Nobody's gonna be like you. Everyone's gonna be different. But with stereotypes, especially mental illness, it can be very dangerous. I think it depends on how you view it as well. It really depends. Honestly, it really depends on how you view it. Talking therapies are useful in managing bipolar disorder, especially during periods of stability. Services. So, community mental health stream, be nice to them because they do work very hard. Okay, let us think about it. Well, it's up to you. I can't tell you what to do or force you to tell you to do what to do. You've got to think for yourself. It's true, yeah, stereotypes are everywhere, but I think with mental health wise, I think it's very normal to have stereotypes, but I think it depends on I gotta think about it. I gotta actually think about myself. I think you're always gonna get stereotypes, especially mental health. I think I'll talk about stereotype with mental health because the number of times I've been stereotyped and people are like, oh, so you must have a mental illness then. And it's like, okay, actually none of your business, whether I do or don't. It's none of your business. I don't know who you are, but I am passionate about mental health, and yeah, who knows, maybe in the future I will explain. But I don't know, there are some very clever people, very clever Oreos that have seen a few snippets of what I say and talk. So anyway, moving on. Yeah, stereotypes is very common and it's everywhere. It's true. It's just the ways you deal with stereotypes, I think. Like I said, you have to portray, because people can be like, oh, are you from Japan? Are you from this? Are you from that? Which is normal, but Ookami, there is only one thing you'll have to ever explain, and you have no say. Are you feeling happy today? Oh, I am. I'm feeling okay. Thank you. But don't worry, it's not like, I think people need to realize some things when it comes to I hope you're feeling happy today. I'm feeling well. It's just sometimes I'll have to have a delay with streams because I've had to sort out some stuff. That's just my situation. But if you randomly, Kimberly, DM me and be like, are you sad? Or DM me that, it's kind of, I wouldn't say, being sad is nothing wrong. It's very human to be sad sometimes, or be happy, or be like frustrated when dealing with a few Oreos. You're not allowed to feel sad. If you're sad, I will hunt you down and give you hugs, but only if that's okay. If not, I'll go out for ice cream. You can get ice cream for yourself. It's okay to be sad. That's the thing. I think people need to realize, okay, let me put another topic now. Sad, and it's okay to not be okay. I think being sad shouldn't be anything that's like bad. I think being sad is very normal. We're all human. There'll be situations where people will feel sad, and there'll be situations where people just have a situation and they'll laugh about it because it's just so funny to them, which is fine. Everyone has different feelings. You're human. You are human. Honestly, it's okay to feel sad. Like, it's almost to say it's okay to not feel to not be okay. That's fine. Obviously, do things that make you happy, but you can't be happy 24/7. That's physically impossible. It's normal, but not too much sad is not fine. Yeah, of course. I think we'll talk about sadness in a stream, because I think sadness can be very different. It could be from a grief, bereavement. Like I said, my streams are not for the faint-hearted, and I'm being serious most of the time. I will brutally be honest when it comes to people, as well as VTubers, streamers, because like one day people can be like, oh yeah, let's go and get ice cream if you're feeling sad. That's fine, and you can talk about it. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, Oreos, there's nothing wrong with being sad. There's nothing wrong with not being okay, because you can't be happy 24/7. Trust me, there'll be situations where, okay, I'm having ice cream. If you check my Discord, there'll be situations where I'm very tired, and that's fine. It's normal. You're human. You are freaking human. I think with like, obviously, even the nicest people around, or the best kind of people around the world, have limits. Like, seriously, I could be nice, but I could also like be extremely 180 and be such a, let's hope you never see my dark side one day. Let's hope, because even like the nicest people, or like people who have dealt with so much shit, have their limits, because they're human, and people need to like not just grow the fuck up. It's more, you have to realize people are human, and because what they've dealt with, and yeah, betrayal is a real thing. Oh man, there's so many streams I'm gonna talk about. Yeah, betrayal is a real thing, honestly. It really is a real thing, especially mental health wise and like community wise. So when you trust someone, we will talk about trust, because it's like another form of betrayal. When you trust someone and that trust is broken, don't hate yourself because you trusted them. Don't hate yourself for that. You trusted them. You gave them an opportunity for them to trust you. And obviously when that trust is broken, they can apologize a million times. Apology is not going to make shit. It literally, apology becomes nothing afterwards, because obviously you've done that trust and it's broken, and that's fine. That's fine. That tells you something about them and about you, if that makes sense. Yeah, okay, moving on. Betrayal, like I said, betrayal is a real thing, and trust is a huge thing. People having insecurities, like I said, it tells you more about them than you. Even the fact is, people can be extremely brave. I think there's situations where people have done stuff and I'm like, dude, you're freaking brave. I'm used to being betrayed. Oh, don't be then. Don't be. If you're used to being betrayed, there's boundaries that people can cross. And if they cross that, they're out. I think people need to realize it's fine to cut people off. There's a limit to being professional, and there's a limit to, okay, it's actually affecting my mental health. I need to get rid of this person. So I will happily cut people off if it affects my mental health, like huge. I'm not gonna make it, oh yay, like this, we're all friends, we're all not. No, be fucking serious. I thought the whole world was like, no, be fucking serious. Seriously, that's bullshit. Yeah, so like I said, I have boundaries. It sucks now because I block everyone who's trying to get to know me more. Well, there's always going to be a downside to stuff. I mean, let's just say I've dealt with a lot of DMs people who not just trying to get to know me, but to the extent, oh, I know who you are now. And it's like, really? A bitch? Moving on. Like what I mean is, okay, we're gonna be talking about this anyway. So, community mental health teams provide the main part of local specialist mental health service, offer assessment, treatment, and social care. Kimberly, I love the fact that sometimes you feel safe with me, and I don't actually mind. Honestly, like, I hope I come to an environment, or I hope people come to an environment with me where they feel safe to talk to me. That's fine. But like I said, there are boundaries you don't cross, especially with me. It's almost being respectful as well. Like, if you're gonna respect someone, like, obviously there's some things people do for God knows what reason. But anyway, not everyone is picture perfect or good. I try to keep my boundaries, especially when trying to get to know someone. Those are especially important when wanting to make new friends. 100% yes. And yeah, that's true. There are some people gonna have insecurities, but that's not your fault. If they have insecurities on you, that's their problem. That's literally their problem. They're insecure, not yours. And yes, there can be situations or stuff that, like, sometimes, okay, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. Even for me as a mental health VTuber, I am not perfect. You got to realize that as well. So, because I'm not perfect, let's talk about early intervention. I need to drink some water. Okay, when dealing with bipolar disorder, early interventions, meaning like stuff that you can do as a human being, can help. So, provide early identifications and treatment if you have the first symptoms of psychosis. Your GP may be able to refer you to early intervention teams. Okay, early intervention teams literally just means like stuff that you need to work on. So I'm aware I can be a bit of a workaholic. There's some downside and good side of being a workaholic. So yeah, as I said, there's always going to be downside and good side of being a workaholic. I'm aware of it and I will work on it. As I said, everyone has character development, whether it's professional or personal. Personal is going to be different to your professional development. Not everyone's going to be... It's like almost like, what's the word? Not rice purity, that sounds weird. No, I'm not going to use that word. I think just the more you understand yourself, the more aware how you want to be treated compared to someone else. Now, honestly, it does make a difference. Alright, crisis service. Crisis service allows to be treated at home instead of a hospital for a sudden episode. These are specialist mental health teams that can deal with crises that occur outside normal office hours. So like now I think there's more, especially around the world, I've noticed now there's a lot more counselors, therapists, mental health wise, and that really is good in a way, because obviously like some people back then, especially with doing like episodes and stuff, okay, mental health first aid, we will talk about it, and yeah, we will talk about mental health first aid because it is a real thing where you're dealing with someone and you want them to realize that you're safe around them. Obviously, like sometimes people can be like, don't touch me, and that's fine. If they said to you don't touch them, you respect that. If you suddenly hug them, no, don't do that ever. Be nice to people because you never know what they've been through, honestly. Okay, moving on. acute day hospital. There are alternatives to inpatient care. Hospitals can visit every day and often as you need. I think with like I said, I'm gonna be brutally honest when it comes to mental health. This was last year, but yeah, hopefully, I think in Japan now it's changed, even America, but I could be wrong. I'm hoping now, like in the future, people can more be like not be ashamed or embarrassed. I think with shame and embarrassment is such a huge like kind of worms with people, especially when it comes to culture. Because when like with some, I could say with my kind of culture, if you know so-and-so has this mental illness, it's really, I think to this day, it's really frowned upon. I think especially with Japan, it's hugely hidden. There's a lot of stuff that are hidden in Japan and people don't realize that. Yeah. Unfortunately. Moving on. Okay. So, assertive outreach teams. These deliver intensive treatment and rehabilitation in the communities, providing rapid help in a crisis. Staff often visit you at home, liaise with other services such as your GP or local service. Local help with practical problems such as helping to find housing and work. Okay, as a mental health VTuber, and I'll say this again, as a mental health VTuber, avoiding drugs and alcohol. People, so there are millions and millions and millions of things to ease your distress when it comes to mental health. Alcohol and drugs isn't one of them, like at all. I'm just saying it from a view. So like I said before, I am not a medical doctor. I am not licensed. I am not a therapist. I'm not a counselor. Just realize I'm like someone who comes in who's very open to mental health and wants to reduce the stigma. And I'm always going to say this, even if it's a drop in the ocean, the fact is that I bring it up, and the fact is it's nice sometimes to collab with people who are going through this experience, what it's like for them, their experience, because obviously mental health experience can be different from one person to another. So yeah. Anyway, I know what mine. I'm always going to talk about intentions because it seems like I always get nervous doing mental health streams. There's always going to be someone DM me on Discord and be like, are you a real mental health? Are you really not a doctor? Are you really this? I've said it once. I'll say it a million times as needed. Yes. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not mental health profession. Please be aware. This is something for my, as well as your understanding and for the world. So why do I want to become a mental health VTuber? To make the world realize that I'm passionate about mental health, and for reasons I am. So moving on. Okay, and this is true. So some people with bipolar disorder use alcohol or illegal drugs to try and ease their distress. Obviously, distress is not easy for anyone, especially when it comes to psychosis and mental health and everything. But yeah, when it comes to mental health and stress, please be aware you are human. I hope you feel safe. I hope you feel comfortable in the future. I think people don't realize as well, when it comes to games, there's so many. My drugs are video games. That's a good drug. Video games. That's pretty much mine. I mean, like, you can play millions of games and millions of this, and then sometimes it can help and sometimes it doesn't. It really depends. I was reading about, okay, we will talk about dementia as well. How like dementia is a real thing. Dementia. Let me type it in case people don't understand what I'm talking about. Dementia. We will talk about this on stream because it is very common. Yeah, it's very, very common, dementia. We will talk about it on stream. And yes, it affects people, not just the elderly, Usually they say over the age of 65. Man, I'll be happy if I live that long. Yeah, we will talk about this. Dementia, it is a real thing, and it's better than doing actual drugs or alcohol. Yeah, it is, but the thing is, like, we'll talk about drugs and alcohol on the stream, but it's more I think moderation is fine. If you know yourself that you can have moderation with alcohol, obviously don't do drugs. Drugs are horrible, really bad. Please don't do drugs ever. It's never acceptable to do drugs. I don't give a BS. Even if you're a celebrity, even this, just don't do drugs. It's just not, it doesn't help. It actually makes it worse, truly. Moving on. Okay, both have well-known harmful physical and social effects and are not substitute for treatment and good healthcare. Yeah, exactly. So, avoiding drugs and alcohol, good healthcare. Like I said, I don't do alcohol at all for obvious reasons, and because there'll be situations where people are extremely stressed out. Please, I'd rather you stop yourself from drinking alcohol, and especially at the excessive amounts I've seen people drink. This is IRL people, by the way, and yes, I've seen streamers do it, I've seen VTubers do it. For your sake, for your liver, almost. I mean, there are like cultures where having a clean liver is actually the best compared to like having a damaged liver. That's like Korean culture, Japanese, and even like some Chinese cultures as well. We'll talk about that in the future. Like I love mythology. I think mythology is amazing. It's so much fun. Moving on. I'd rather you go for a walk because it helps, like, even with anger management. If you're ever angry or upset, go for a walk. I think people don't realize how like amazing walking helps. Like huge. Especially now, these days. But anyway, moving on. And yes, alcohol can make people say stuff that they shouldn't. Touch grass, yeah. I love grass. The thing is with me, whenever I go for a walk, I actually do love, yeah, no, I'll say it on Discord. Impossible. I love touching grass. It's fun. Like, there'll be situations where I'll have a glove on and I'll touch grass. I have to have a glove on because there'll be situations where I've like randomly touched grass, and it's people who have dog owners and are not responsible dog owners. Responsible dog owners, I don't give a BS if it's grass. You pick up your dog. You are a dog owner. There's a reason why you pick it up. For a reason. I don't care if someone said dog thing BS is good luck as BS, man. They're lying to you. Or even like bird shit. If it falls on top of you. Anyway, I can make a lot of stories about different cultures and their use and understanding and all that. But anyway. Okay. They both have well-known harmful physical and social effects and are not substitute for treatment and good healthcare. Some people with bipolar disorder find that they cannot stop misusing alcohol and drugs once they're using effective treatment. So, this is where media comes in, because obviously media, like, they'll put like in tiny like small captions. Drink responsibly, drink responsibly, drink responsibly, drink responsibly, drink responsibly. You can say that a million times. If people don't actually know the control of drinking responsibility, it can really go downhill for them. And I really mean it. Others have maybe separate but related problems of alcohol and drug misuse which may need to be treated separately. Yes, that is true. Avoid drugs and alcohol is a real thing, and it needs to be done separately for reason. Completely. Anyway, moving on. Avoiding alcohol and illegal drugs is an important part of recovery from episodes of manic and depressive episodes, and it can help you gain stability. Yes. It's almost like to gain control of your life. to like, there's a reason why I don't drink alcohol or yeah, you will never like drugs. Please don't ever do drugs. It is not helpful, doesn't help you, makes things worse, especially mental health. Alcohol, there are huge of like, it's nice that someone goes like, what's the word, cold bird, I think the British term for it, when they're literally had so much alcohol for many years and they've stopped. There's a reason why. Anyway, we will talk about alcohol misuse and drug addiction because sorry, my mods again. Anyway, yeah, we will talk about alcohol misuse because it is common. My streams are never for kids, by the way. If you ever see my streams for kids, please I will find that clip or whatever. Moving on. Alcohol misuse and drug addiction. Anyway, money and benefits. It's important to avoid too much stress. Where I live, alcohol is not legal. So it's illegal. Kayla. I mean, like, alcohol, you'll get it anywhere. Even in, like, countries where... I know, like, there's some Arabic countries that, like, legal alcohol because of tourism and all that stuff, but... yeah, I'm no comment with that. Moving on. If you drink alcohol, good for you. If you enjoy it, perfect. If you control it, that's up to you. That's your choice. Everyone's gonna have different opinions about alcohol and all that stuff, especially when it comes to binge drinking. Binge drinking is very dangerous. It is, like, when it comes to an extent. Anyway, money and benefits. It's important to avoid too much stress, including work-related stress. If you're employed, you may be able to work shorter hours in a more flexible way, particularly if your job pressure triggers your symptoms. Okay, this is where it's bullshit, because whether it's the NHS or any form of employment, there's gonna be, actually, I need to put this in a comment, discrimination in the workplace. Yeah, there's always gonna be discrimination no matter where country. It doesn't matter if you're new. I'm gonna be brutally honest, it doesn't matter where you're from, you're always gonna deal with discrimination. But there are ways of the fact that, okay, I'm a huge believer of karma, so what goes around comes around. If you discriminate a person because of their mental illness, in a few years time, who knows, you can easily, like, it will come back and haunt you if you discriminate people. And yes, discrimination is a huge thing. Like I said, my streams are not for the faint-hearted. Moving on. Employers, okay, I could say this, but moving on. Employers must make reasonable adjustments to make the employment of people with disabilities possible. This includes people with bipolar disorder. Yes. So, agencies, I'm not going to mention any because I think they're really weird, especially with Japan's culture and all that stuff. A range of benefit is available to you if you cannot work as a result of your bipolar disorder. Yeah, this is UK. We'll go through America and Japan, Arabic. Finding out more about benefits, you may be able to get living or caring with someone, living with or caring for someone with bipolar disorder. People living or caring with someone with bipolar disorder can have a tough time. That's 100%. But like I said, boundaries is a real thing. So, especially when it comes to people, if there's like a situation where, mental health issues is a huge thing. What I mean by mental health issues is people will do something that's really like out of your boundaries, and then they'll apologize and they'll be like, oh, it's because of my mental health. I am sick and tired of people saying, I'm gonna use a mental health excuse. No, there's like, if you're physically capable and you're aware of your mental health and you're aware of your condition, your way of your triggers. People, okay, yeah, I know people are not perfect, I know. But if you're going to keep on using mental health as an excuse for mistreating someone, get out of here. I swear to God. The number of times I wish I can, like, what's that? Is it Grimm? I forgot the name. That girl who's in the TV and she comes out. I forgot the name. The number of times I would love to do that and literally just slap a few people across the face. I wish. Oh my God, I wish. It's like Mark Twain. People are getting too comfortable being horrible. That obviously needs to change, because what you say to a person can legally have consequences. I don't give a shit. If you're horrible and you're using, oh, I'm gonna use mental health illness. Even if the future, future Orion, if I ever use the mental health illness because of God knows what reason, fuck you. Pretty much like, yeah, no, that's just not right. But don't use the mental health illness, because just really, I hate the fact people misuse it so much. And it's not just USA, it's not UK, it's not just in Japan. It happens around the world, and that really, really, really needs to, even to a court situation. Oh, use mental health, okay. You can use that, but it really depends on the person. If they seriously, if a person does not realize what they've done, or like have amnesia, there's like, yeah, like I said, karma can really come back and bite in the face, whether it's a good way, whether it's a bad way. I think people really need to be respectful of people. If you're going to use mental health as an excuse, be wary of that, because like I said, there are some things people can say and do that will have consequences. I don't give a shit if it's 2 years ago, a year ago. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. This is like future Orion. There's no harm in saying future Orion, because like everyone has a future, of course. No matter what where you're from, doesn't matter. But yeah, like I said, if it ever comes to a situation, even for me, but then like I said, nobody's perfect at all. Nobody's perfect. Okay. Moving on. Maybe most people caring for someone with bipolar disorder can have a tough time, 100%. During episodes of illness, personalities of people with bipolar disorder may change and become abusive or even violent. That's very common. Sometimes social workers and police may become involved. Relationship and family life are likely to feel the strain. If your nearest relative or person with a bipolar disorder, you have certain rights that can be used to protect the person's interests. That is true. Like I said, relatives can have bipolar, but there are boundaries with that. These include requesting that social local service authorities ask for improved mental health profession, consider whether the person with bipolar should be detained in hospital. So, okay, they've used, okay, before, yeah, also known as sectioning, yeah. So legally, everyone pretty much in the UK can be sectioned when it comes to mental health. So if they feel that you're not in the right mind state, they can legally section you. But if you're in a situation where you say, oh, okay, I'm actually in the right mind state and I know what's going on, and you've like apologized for what you've done, okay, I feel like I'm really contradicting myself in situations, but like I said, nobody is perfect. Yeah, nobody's perfect, but like I said, this stream's not always gonna be for the faint-hearted. But moving on, if you may feel at loss if you're caring for someone with bipolar disorder, finding a group and talking to other people in a similar situation might help. If you know that you're being, that's the thing, if I love mirrors, I really do. If I could record or make you see what another person sees and how you're reacting to them and how you're treating them, really makes, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It's almost like a mirror image where you can see yourself, or you can like see how you're treating people, and then you ask them a question: is that how you want to treat people in the future? And if they say yes, that's their choice. If they say no, okay, let's work on it. how you treat people really does affect you. Huge. And most of the time, yeah, there'll be situations, I'm not gonna lie, there'll be situations where people have crossed boundaries and limits, and it's like, do you know what? Fuck off, I've had enough of you. Bye. And there's no harm to cut people off if you feel like they're being quite weird, or even like manipulation is a huge thing, by the way. And yes, there are some situations you can see it, and there's some situations where like you literally ask yourself, am I being manipulated? You literally have to ask yourself that. And if it's yes, then you gotta work on that. If it's no, that's really up to you. It's like I said, it is your choice in the end of the day. Dealing with bipolar is not easy for anyone at all. Truly is not easy for anyone at all. Okay. Excuse me. Moving on. If you're having relationship marriage difficulties, you can contact specialist relationship counselors or can talk things through with you and your partner. So yes, like I said, there are loads of like, not just Australia, UK, USA, Japan, dealing with couple counseling. It is, and couple counseling is not easy because you're dealing with two people in a room. It's nice when you deal with one person because that's it. But when you're dealing with two people, if they respect each other, great. If they don't, then they have to have it separate. There's like a limit to how much you can deal with, especially for counselors and everything. But that's just my opinion. Anyway, moving on. How to deal with being unalived. So, I'm not going to say that word because of YouTube and Twitch policies and terms of service and all that stuff. So, but we will say unalive in a situation. And if YouTube are like, by the way, you can't say that, then okay, we have to change that. Maybe we'll change this to ligma. Like, I can't do that. Okay, sorry, that was a bad joke. Moving on. Having unalived thoughts is a common expressive symptoms of bipolar disorder. Without treatment, these thoughts may get stronger. Unfortunately, especially with bipolar, it is very true. Some research has shown the risk of unalive for people with bipolar disorder is around 15 to 20 times greater than the general population. Yes, that is true. And to some form of extent as well, it really needs to be more known to people. There are very like, okay, there are extremely stressful jobs out there. And yes, being a Vtuber can be a stressful job. It is true. Being a streamer can be a stressful job. It's just people will be, oh, but you never worked in the real life, in an IRL job. You never had a real job. This is someone who's worked in a real job for almost 7 years. They literally almost kicked the bucket and said, I've had enough. I need to leave. So yeah, it's true. It does happen to people. And when it gets to that stage, you need to leave. And I really mean it when it comes to boundaries. Boundaries are so freaking important. You look at boundaries with me, that's fine. If you feel that I've made you uncomfortable or I've said something that made you very uncomfortable, or you're like, oh, I don't like the way you said that, would rather you communicate with me, tell me, because I can't read people's minds. Like sometimes, yeah, I really can't read people's minds. I really, really can't. But do talk to people, talk to them, say to them. If you actually want the relationship to go well and you don't want to just cut them off and you've known them for such a long time, you can say to them, by the way, I don't like the way you were treating me, or I don't like the way you said this or that. And if people think, oh, people are too sensitive, fuck that. Fuck that. Anyone who says they are too sensitive, that's a lot of stuff they need to sort themselves out. That definitely tells you what they've, like, one for one, that tells you exactly what they've gone through. For them to say that you're being too sensitive. What the hell? Like, you really can't, like, if there was a stream and there'll be a situation where someone makes me uncomfortable, politeness can have different forms. You can say it on stream and be like, okay, do you know what? I felt uncomfortable. or you can say it after the stream, or even during the stream. You can be like, do you know what? I felt uncomfortable. And then if it comes to an argument, cut off the stream, because you're better off deleting it and then cutting them off, because it's just not helpful at all for them. And especially with like people who, there's nothing wrong with being sensitive. There is, you're human. Like, I don't give a shit if people want to call me, oh yeah, you're a snowball. I don't actually mind. Do you know how big snowballs get? Man, I will throw a snowball at you if I could. But yeah, sensitivity when it's like, I think it doesn't matter when it, yeah, sensitivity can, it's not dangerous. I think it just shows that you're human. Like, you're not, nobody's perfect. Truly, nobody's perfect at all. So yeah. Moving on. If you're feeling unalive, go to your nearest A&E. So this is UK. We will go to USA. I have a lot of, like I said, bipolar is very, 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 very common. So we will talk about this. I will have to speak to YouTube about it. Obviously, I'll go through in terms of like, okay, boundary wise, don't ever send anyone images of it. So it's often similar to mental health problems like bipolar. For people with self, I can't use that word just in case of YouTube, is a way of gaining control over their lives or temporarily distracting themselves from mental illness. It may not be related to ham or ahem, like unaliveness. We will talk about this. I'll have to speak to YouTube's and Twitch as well, their terms and conditions, because obviously there's some, obviously please don't ever do this, because okay, everyone has scars, and I think people need to be aware there are some scars that can be physically and mentally and psychologically. The thing is, I'm very like, I want to be the YouTuber who are recovery. Recovery is important. If you need to step away from stuff, especially in social media, and like respect out yourself, do it. No, don't do this. I mean, like, recovery is what I mean. I mean recovery from this. That's what I'm saying. Oh god. It's getting cold. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna close the window. BRB. Hello. I needed a bit of a, I just had to close the window because it got really cold and I was getting really cold. Okay, sometimes it happens without even knowing it. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing with psychosis. Yes, it's true, but when you realize that you've done that, it's like almost having a rubber band. Instead of doing this, have a rubber band. Whenever you feel like there's a negative or intrusive thought, like literally pull the rubber band, because like rubber bands can be not that painful. It really depends. Obviously, like I said, please, please, please never cause yourself any form of harm, because it really can hurt. And like I said as well, there could be consequences as well. Hello, thank you. I cannot hear that. That's weird. Anyway, that's true. That is true without even knowing. So psychosis, but the thing is, if you can see it, and you have amnesia like psychosis as well, please, 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 please remember this. You will recover. Truly. You will recover. Yes, you will recover. And you gotta believe it first that you will recover. You have to accept it, cry about it. That's fine. You can cry about it. Crying is such a good, I think people need to cry more than just like, because even anger and cryiness, there's a bit of a correlation between sadness and anger. Yeah, it's a lot more common than people realize, but it really needs to be aware that you can recover, literally, from everything that's happened in the past. Yep, that was in the past. You can recover, and hopefully when you cover, you know you're like, okay, obviously not everything's going to be picture perfect. You know what your symptoms are, you know what your triggers are, you know this, that. Okay, that's great, but it's not always going to be perfect like that. Like, it really isn't. You can't, it's just, especially with mental health, nothing is perfect. It's like, okay, you've been diagnosed with bipolar, okay, you can do this, and this, okay. You have so much information, even with that can be overwhelming. And I mean it. I really mean it when it comes to that situation as well. But please, 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 if you know it, or sometimes you have amnesia, or it's happened, please, please never do it again. I beg you. For your own sake, don't do it again. For your sake. Like I said, it is your choice. It is your control of your own life. There are different ways of controlling your life, or to feel like that sense of control. Because sometimes there'll be situations where you just don't have control. Perfect example of not having control is being with, just in case, YouTube, I'll just spell it out, DEATH. And that's a real thing. You can't control it. You don't know what's going to happen, which is very normal because nobody will know what happens. I don't give a shit if people are like, oh yeah, but I'm a psychic, I'm this. No, don't. Just don't. Okay. I wonder if we can watch this actually. Let me check. I think it should be fine. This is from 2 years ago. It needs to be updated quite soon. Let me stop the music. And actually, will it work? Wait, let me just make sure it will work. Give me 1 second. Just in case. Hear the sound of my music. Hear the sound of my voice more like. By the way, it's not, it can, okay, wait. Wait. Before I start, it's not just with like, it can, like I said, it can happen at any age, literally. Obviously not babies and children, obviously that's different. With bipolar disorder, it can happen between 15 to 85. Yes, it's true. It can happen at that age. I think it also depends as well. Like, child development is a huge thing. What's happened to you as a child can affect you as an adult. That's 100%. Okay, moving on. People can say that's my opinion, but welcome to think whatever you like. Let's carry on with this.
To lose all my self-confidence, I began to feel that I was worthless and I'd never achieved anything in life. And I couldn't sleep. I then ended up having a total nervous breakdown. I was in a meeting and I just couldn't follow what everyone else was saying. And so they realised there was a problem and I was sent to the Joint Services Psychiatric Hospital. I started displaying the symptoms of mania. Didn't know it at the time, but I was becoming increasingly irritable and having feelings of great control over events and power. I mean, I used to believe that I could, when I was driving along, that I could change traffic lights to green when as I approached, that I could make them turn green. And I had several psychotic episodes, but the one that really sort of had a major effect on me was when I believed that I was the Archangel Gabriel. I've read about other people who've suffered from manic depression, and they have quite often sort of said that they were so concerned about the fact that they were going mad. I've never ever believed that was mad. And this is the reason why the diagnosis of manic depression normally takes so long to be recognized. Because when you are manic, why would you go to the doctors when you feel absolutely
that is true
and you're flying?
In some circumstances, like I said, the shame and embarrassment when you're feeling on cloud nine, you're like, oh, they have no problem. Very common.
Psychiatrist who said, you know, you've been dismissed, your marriage is breaking up, because it was by this stage, it was really on the rocks, you know, and yet you are so happy. That was him actually trying to suggest the diagnosis to me of manic depression, I think, you know.
So manic depression is bipolar. This is very, very old, I think.
I take my medication. I take quetiapine, which is an antipsychotic.
This is for UK medication.
25 milligrams. And I take it religiously and have no further desire to go through manic depression again.
Michaela, you had a question mark. What's up? I see it. Oh. Yeah. Oh, my bad. I need to move that back. So this is that was a definitely old video, because obviously bipolar disorder isn't bipolar disorder. It used to be called manic depression in the UK, but obviously that's changed now. Okay, let's do with symptoms. We can go through this one, but I think this is more nah, I don't like writing for this. No, I'm not a fast, excuse me, I'm not a fast reader, but I can yeah, I think I'll put this in the description, but I don't actually want to read this one, to be honest. It's more common than people realize, and it shouldn't stop people. If they want to have children, you can't stop people from not wanting to have children, whether they have bipolar disorder or not. You're not the one to judge a person for their choice in life and what they want to do, ever. Moving on. Okay, symptoms. Bipolar disorder is characterized. Oh, I know we've done this. Wait, this is a bit more. No, we've done this. Okay, we've done that. Causes. Okay, causes of bipolar disorder. The exact cause of bipolar disorder is unknown. Experts believe there are a number of factors that work together to make a person more likely to develop it. These are thought to be a complex mix of physical, environmental, and social factors. Genetics. It's thought bipolar disorder is linked to genetics, as seen to run in families. Family members of a person with bipolar disorder have an increased risk of developing it themselves. There are no single gene responsible for bipolar disorder. Instead, a number of genetic and environmental factors are thought to act as triggers. Stressful circumstances or situation often triggers symptoms of bipolar disorder. Examples of stressful triggers include breakdown of a relationship, physical, sexual, or emotional abuse, the or death, close of a death family or loved one, type of life-altering events that cause episode of depression at any time of a person's life. Bipolar disorders can also be triggered by physical illness, sleep disturbances, overwhelming problems in everyday life, such as problems with money, work, relationship, care chemical imbalances. Yeah, like I said before, chemical imbalances in the brain. There are some evidence that bipolar disorder may be associated with chemical imbalances in the brain. The chemical responsible for controlling the brain functions are called neurotransmitters. They also include noradrenaline, serotonin, and dopamine. We will talk about dopamine for schizophrenia, and yes, we will do a stream on it. Yeah, moving on. There is some evidence that if there is an imbalance in levels of one or more neurotransmitters, a person can develop some symptoms of bipolar disorder. For example, there's evidence of episodes of mania may occur when levels of neuroadrenaline are too high. An episode of depression may be a result of neuroadrenaline levels coming too low. Okay, so this is last year, so always be careful when it comes to like how this was literally a year ago, so there's definitely wording that the NHS needs to be aware of, but anyway, I'm not the one to judge that. Diagnosis. Like I said, please do not diagnose yourself ever. Never diagnose yourself, and I'm being serious on this. Speak to a GP, health profession first before you diagnose yourself, and I'm being serious. Self-diagnosis is so dangerous. We will talk about it on a stream, but yeah, like I said, please don't ever self-diagnose yourself. Actually go to a profession, because legally it's better for you and it's more acceptance for you, and you know what's going on. You can get as many opinions as you wish, but considering there are millions and millions of factors that can lead to it, but like I said, please, please, please never self-diagnose. Moving on. If your illness puts you at risk of yourself, your GP will arrange an appointment immediately. Specialist assessments. Okay, you will be assessed by a psychiatrist at your appointment. So this is what will happen next if you believe from this situation. This is what will happen next. Okay, so you'll be assessed by a psychiatrist at your appointment. They will ask you a few questions to find out if you have bipolar disorder. If you do, they will decide what treatments are most suitable. During your assessment, you'll be asked about your symptoms when you first experience them. Please, again, if you lie to a psychiatrist or any medical health profession, they will find out. Sorry, not me. I'm not mental health profession, but this is my passion. I like to talk about mental health because I'm open about it. And like I said, please, oh please, oh please, do get yourself professionally checked. It's better professionally checked because it's obviously there's legal situations in that circumstance. Anyway, moving on. The psychiatrist also ask about how you feel leading up to and during an episode of mania and depression. And I said it before and I'll say it again, do not lie to any medical health. They will find out. Sorry, he was saying we. I'm not sure why, which is weird. Moving on. They will find out. Don't lie just for the benefit, because it ain't worth shit. Moving on. During the episode of mania or depression, if you have thoughts about yourself. Psychiatrists will also want to know about your medical background and family history, especially whether any of your relatives have had bipolar disorder. Other tests include, depending on the symptoms, you can also need tests to see whether you have physical problems such as interactive thyroid or overactive thyroid. Yeah, thyroid is a huge thing, especially when it comes to bipolar. It's a lot more common than people realize, so yes, please do get it checked out. If you have bipolar disorder, you will need to visit your GP regularly for physical and mental health review. Mental health is important. I'll always say it. Don't care. It is important. Truly. Moving on. If you're diagnosed with a condition, it is important to talk to a psychiatrist so you're fully involved in the decision about your treatment and care. The person sometimes is not able to make an informed decision about their care or communicate their needs, especially if their symptoms become severe. What I mean by severe, like that video with Roy, I think his name was Roy. Truly, it's better to get yourself checked out, like diagnosed by a doctor, than self-diagnosis. Okay, moving on. If this happens, it may be possible to draw up an advanced statement. An advanced statement is a set of written instructions that state what treatments and help you want or do not want in advance in case you cannot communicate your decisions at a later. Thank you. Your GP or psychiatrist can give you... Okay, this is for UK people, by the way. This is for UK people, and I'm being serious. We will, like I said, I do have USA. I do have a USA, Japan, some Arabic ones as well. What I mean by Arabic, it could be UAE, it could be like any country that speaks Arabic. I mean, Algeria speaks French. It's like Morocco. Algeria, Morocco, they speak Arabic, English, and French, which is interesting. But anyway, moving on. Moroccans and Algerians, they're really funny. Moving on. Okay, treatment of bipolar disorder. So, we talk about the treatment. I do have lectures, by the way, so if you guys don't want to hear it or watch it, I have a few lectures. And there's some that I've actually listened to quite a while ago, and they did actually... I've watched it a few times actually, and it does help. So I will show it to you all these videos because they're very useful. Okay, treatment for bipolar disorder aims to reduce the severity and number of episodes of depression and mania to allow as a normal human life as possible. Treatment options for bipolar disorder. If a person is not treated, episodes of bipolar related mania can last between 3 to 6 months. Episodes of depression can last longer, often 6 to 12 months. The effective treatment episodes usually improve. Most people with bipolar disorder can be treated with a combination of different treatments. Treatments are important because, like I said, it will help. Please, if you can get treated, do go get yourself treated. If it will help, great. You have to know you're responsible for your own decisions and your responsibility, your own treatment. And I'm being serious. You have your own responsibility for getting treatment. If you feel like there's situations, circumstances that you don't feel you should be treated for, that's really up to you. It's your responsibility. In the end of the day, it is your treatment. I'll say this again, and I'll say it a million times. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a therapist, I'm not a counselor. I'm just very open about mental health, and Vtuber wise, this needs to be known and more common, especially for the stigma around the world. Anyway, moving on. These include one or more of the following. Medicine to prevent episode of mania and depression. These are known as mood stabilizers and you take them every day for a long-term basis. So like Roy, perfect example is Roy. Alright, there'll be situations where I move to the left, I'm drinking water. Medicines to treat the main symptoms of depression and mania when they happen. Learning to recognize the triggers and sign of an episode of depression or mania. Psychological treatments such as talking therapies which help you deal with depression and provide advice on how you improve relationships. Lifestyle advice such as doing regular exercise, planning activities you enjoy, to give you a sense of achievement and advice on improving your diet and getting more sleep. Okay, I love gardening. I think gardening is so much fun. I will definitely... I have a bonsai tree and I really like it and it's really cute and it's gone really huge, this bonsai tree. But yeah, I like gardening. Gardening is a nice hobby. I'd rather people have more hobbies than to have more hobbies, man. Seriously, instead of hating people or be jealous, just have more hobbies. You'll thank me in the future. Long term wise. Okay, next. Most people with bipolar disorder can receive most of the treatment without having to stay in hospital. And most hospital treatment can be needed if your symptoms are severe or you're being treated under Mental Health Act. This is UK people, by the way. UK, we will go through USA and some... There are some Japanese I might understand, but this is more for like international people as well and Arabic as well. But so I've put it in description. So there is Royal College of Psychiatrists in the UK. Like I said, I'm not a psychiatrist, but this is a translation for bipolar disorder in Japanese. And sorry, I need to stop using that word. There's also bipolar disorder for Arabic as well. I have put it in description. Please check my YouTube videos. I mean, we're all on Twitch and YouTube, so it's like multi-streaming. But do check it out because it may help my international peeps. I mean, or international auras. Sorry, I'm putting something on my tablet because it's decided to not work. There we are. Okay. But hospital treatment may be needed if symptoms are severe or you're being treated under Mental Health Act, as there's danger to you may harm or hurt others. Okay, that's not always true. Like, but then again, it really depends. It really depends. Like I said, I'm here to reduce the stigma. Usually, people with bipolar are more likely to harm themselves than to harm others. I mean, they will only harm others only if the situation of like being sectioned or they just can't like control themselves. Like I said, to reduce the stigma, it's not always that, oh, someone has mental health, they're going to harm you. No, it's never like that. Like, seriously, people are more likely to harm themselves than harm other people. But like I said, in circumstances, that can change, really. In some circumstances, you could have treatment in a day hospital and return at home at night. Medicines for bipolar disorder. Several medicines are available to help stabilize mood swings. Commonly called mood stabilizers include lithium, anticonvulsant medicines, antipsychotic medicine. If you're already taking medicines for bipolar disorder and you develop depression, your GP will check you're taking the correct dose. If you're not, they will change it. And yes, please talk to your doctors. And yes, there are some doctors around the world that are pretty horrible. Or do check if you feel like your doctor is very close relationship with pharmacies and they're like, oh, take this. Yes, doctor negligence as well as mental health. No, not mental health. Sorry. Health sector negligence is a real thing. Do check it first before you feel like, oh, I'm being neglected. Obviously, do check it first. And what I mean by check is there are some corporate situations and companies that have a huge amount of negligence, which is really bad. And I can name millions of examples of it when it comes to negligence. But we'll talk about health sector negligence because it is a real thing. I need to put a note of that. Negligence. We'll talk about negligence because it isn't just happening in the UK or Japan or America. It's a lot more common than people realize. But anyway, that's for another stream. Negligence. If your GP or psychiatrist recommends you stop taking bipolar disorder medicine, the dose should be gradually reduced over weeks. Oh, there's a perfect example of negligence. And up to 3 months if you're taking an psychotic or lithium. Do listen to your GP because obviously whatever they say can become negligence and cannot be negligence. A good GP is one that actually listens to you and empathetic. Unfortunately, with the UK, not just with the UK, around the world, there are some doctors that are very, 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 very horrible. I can say it because it's my opinion, and I can say it because I've dealt with a lot of people for many years, and let's just say negligence is a real thing. And yep, karma will come back at them, bite them in the face, and then being serious. So, lithium. Lithium reminds me of that song. Okay, moving on. Okay, there's nothing wrong with bringing up a song that reminds me of a medicine, which is kind of funny. But anyway, moving on. In the UK, like I said, this is UK peeps. We will go through USA, Japan. I can't read Japanese yet. My Japanese is not 100%, but at the moment it's like 20%. I will do streams where we study Japanese together. If you want to. If you don't like studying with me, that's fine. All kinds of Orion. Moving on. Okay, so lithium is a main medicine to treat bipolar disorder. Lithium is a long-term treatment for episodes of mania, depression, usually prescribed for 6 months. If you prescribe lithium, Stick to prescribed dose and do not stop taking it suddenly unless you're told by a doctor. Do listen to your doctors, please. If you're prescribed, do listen to it and be careful. Don't be dumb. Get things professionally done. Don't be dumb. And I'm being serious. When it comes to self-diagnosis, like I said, don't be dumb. Moving on. Lithium to be effective, the social dosage must be correct. If it's incorrect, you may get a side effect such as diarrhea or getting sick. Tell your doctor immediately if you have side effects while taking lithium. You need regular blood tests every 3 months while taking lithium, and this is to make sure your lithium levels are not too high or too low. Kidneys and thyroid function will need to be checked usually every 6 months. Like I said, thyroid is a big thing, especially for bipolar disorder. There are still people need to realize, even if you have a mental illness, you are still human. I'll say it again. If you have a mental illness or you've been diagnosed with some mental illness by a profession, please, I will say this again and I'll say it a million times, do not self-diagnose yourself. I'm being serious. It is so dangerous to self-diagnose yourself. And if you want to avoid it, if you want to avoid diagnosis, that could also be dangerous as well, because I don't think people realize how dangerous diagnosis can be, because at least you know now in the moment what's going on for you, than to know 10 or 15 years, I've never had a relationship because of this and this. Okay, you've had a diagnosis. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Things will start becoming clearer for you if you actually go to get professional help. And I'm being serious. Sometimes it will be too late for you to get help, and then that's it. And I'm being serious. The number of times I can say this, I'm not trauma dumping. I am not trauma dumping. I am not. I wish sometimes there'll be situations that people speak to me before they do stuff. I really wish. Yeah, that would just be something that I think not just me, people around the world similar to me will have to go through. So yeah. But yeah, like I said, obviously, like, it could be a regret and it could be a blessing. Because sometimes you can be like, oh, I wish this person spoke to me first before they did this. Maybe that could have changed. It's almost like a parallel universe with things, or like the Adventures Endgame. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. But I'm just saying, like, in this circumstance and situation, if things changed because of this happened, who knows what the future will be. But anyway, do talk to someone. Truly, please talk to someone. Anyway, while taking lithium, avoid using non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs and SIDS such as ibuprofen unless they're prescribed by your GP. In the UK, like I said, this is UK Oreos. We will go through Japanese Oreos, Arabic Oreos. If in the future Oreos from different countries, I will go through them, if like Spain, Portugal. If I have a lot of like, try to go as much as I can, but please take this with a pinch of salt. Not everything's going to be perfect. In the UK, lithium antipsychotic medicine Aperazole are currently medicines that are officially approved for use in teenagers with bipolar disorder. Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health says that other bipolar medicine may be prescribed for children if recommended by the doctor. Like I said, parent consent is a huge thing, and yes, you do have control of your own responsibility, especially for a certain age in the UK. Once you turn 16 or 18, you are responsible for your medication. Don't pinpoint me on that, I could be wrong. And there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Anti-Colsurf medicine. Anti-Colsurf medicine include valproate, lamivudine. Don't ask me to read this. Okay, these medicines can be used to treat episodes of mania. They're also long-term mood stabilizers. Anticonvulsant medicines are often used to treat epilepsy. They're also effective in treating bipolar disorder. Okay, we will talk about epilepsy because epilepsy is very, very common. And especially when it comes to games, because now in the UK, I know, actually I can bring this up. Concaverse actually brought up now, because they didn't bring it up before, with the photographic image, like how much yeah, we will talk about epilepsy, but Hoyoverse did actually bring it up in the UK because they didn't have it before, and then people got really weird, felt really weird, and then they're like, okay, we have to do it now. I think there's a reason why Hoyoverse does not like the UK, because of the amount of laws that we have. Thank you very much. Okay, so a single controversial medicine may be used in combination with lithium when bipolar disorder does not respond to lithium on its own. Like I said, medicine-wise, you are responsible for your own medicine, treatment, everything. I'm here to reduce the stigma, because I hate the fact when VTubers are human beings, no parasocial, that people don't realize if they don't want to stream, you can't force them to stream. I think people don't realize when it comes to VTubers, I can name a few, but I won't, because I do respect them highly, what they do, and that's fine, because yeah, anyway, that's for another stream. But be nice to VTubers as well as streamers, because you never know what they go through, honestly. Okay, Valproate is usually prescribed for women of trying was a childbearing. Okay. Sorry, what's the childbearing age? What would that be? It's, UK man, I really don't like their wording, especially with the NHS. Moving on, there's a risk of physical effects in babies such as so disability is very common. Cleft lip, heart abnormalities, and spina bifida. Wait, I've never. Is this gonna be bad? But I hope not. What's spina? Is that like the double? Oh. Okay, I know it is. So it's like the spine of a baby. Okay, that's a bit weird. Probably should not have. I'm sorry. Probably should not have googled that. I mean, not googled. Something else. Okay, so baby's spine and spinal cord does not develop properly in the womb, causing a gap in the spine. Wow, I'm a mental health VTuber. I'm Orion Ookami. I did not know that, but good to know. It is a disability that people go through. The baby's spine and spinal cord does not develop properly in the womb, causing a gap in the spine. Type of neutral tube defect. Neural tube defect. Sorry. Structure that develops into the baby's brain and spinal cord. There are a few disabilities we will talk about, but it's better, like, this is why sometimes collabing with people, especially with mental health, because like I said, everyone's experience is different. So one person's experience with whether it's schizophrenia, DID, it's going to be completely different to yours. It's more of an understanding of what they're going through, and the fact is, be nice to them. You never know what they go through, like, truly. You'll never know what they're going through, because even though they'll say the experience, there's some stuff that people go through, and yeah, seriously, be nice to people. It will help for future. Okay, moving on. There'll also be an increased development of development problems such as lower intellectual abilities, poor speaking, memory problems, autistic, delayed walking, and talking. That's interesting. I've never seen that before, but like I said, just take NHS, take it with a pinch of salt. Like I said, their wording, childbearing age, women of childbearing. Who the hell was the person who wrote this? Holy shit. Anyway, moving on. God. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, excuse me. That word. God. Anyway, moving on. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna be right back. BRB, I'll be right back. Tadaima, I'm back. All right. Oreos. There is no harm at all for taking breaks at all. Okay, moving on. Yeah, let's never talk about YouTube's wedding and stuff. February is not usually preferred for women of childbearing age. What is the women of childbearing age? 18? 16? Frick's sake, man. Anyway, moving on. You can just tell that you can smell the sexism. Anyway, sexist. Moving on. Excuse me. Alright, in women, your GP may decide to use Bipolar if there's no alternative, or you just get assessed and is unlikely to respond to other treatments. They need to check you're using a reliable contraceptive and advise you are on the risk of taking medicine during pregnancy. Carbamalase. Carbamazine. Okay, don't ever ask me to read the medicine wording, because even like I definitely can't read that. But anyway, moving on. It's usually only prescribed for advice on. We're talking about treatment of bipolar disorder. So what people who have bipolar disorder go through. Usually is only prescribed on the advice of an expert in bipolar disorder. To begin with, the dose may be low and then gradually increase. It is, yeah, that's true. Michaela, thank you. There is very weird words. It's true. But this is common. I think in America as well, they have quite a few weird words. But it's like, yeah. Maybe we'll do a stream on who was the one who created such weird word. Usually it's like, I'm not even sure. Maybe it's American, or just I'm trying to always figure out who decided on. I think the word is from the chemical that's made from, and it becomes the drug, the treatment drug, more like. Okay, to begin with, the dose you may be low and then gradually increase. Your progress will carefully be monitored if you're not taking other medication, including pill. Blood tests to check your liver and kidneys will be carried out regularly. You'll need to have regular blood count tests. You may also have your weight and height monitored. Yeah, that is very common. I think it's just around the world, not just in the UK. But then weight does not define of who you are. I think with mental health as well. What's the word? The stigma of being fat. There's nothing wrong with it. Is if someone's fat phobic, leave. I think standards of beauty when it comes to being fat, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Like, yeah, especially mental health wise, like weight loss and all this like huge beauty standard is such a really fucked up stuff. We'll talk about it in the future, because I think depending on the culture, smaller is better or bigger is better. That is BS, man. I don't like the form of beauty standards, especially in media, mass media. Yeah, as they say, ugly people will say, be proud of who you are, be proud of how you look. Listen, it sounds made up on the spot. Probably is. I wouldn't be surprised when it comes to UK wording of medication. But anyway, moving on. Labotrigine. If you're prescribed with labotrigine, you start on a low dose which will increase gradually. See your GP straight away if you're taking labotrigine. Develop a rash and you need to have an annual health check. Other tests are not usually needed. Women who are taking contraceptive pills should talk to their GP about switching to a different medication or contraception. Gosh. I swear there should be a contraceptive form, like men like me. I mean, okay, sorry. I knew there's Vasco something, but it's the treatment of the removal of your balls, pretty much. But yeah, anyway, moving on. Antipsychotic medicine. Antipsychotic medicines are sometimes prescribed to treat people of episodes of mania. They include aperolol, olanzapine, codapenine. Man, you could tell I'm a mental health VTuber. I can't read any of the medication there. Holy shit. But these are the medication. I'm sorry. Like I said in the description on YouTube, please check all the medication. I mean, not medication. credits to all the website I've used today will be there. Even the music I've used as well. Okay, the maybe used as a long-time mood stabilizer. Quercetin may also be used in a long-time bipolar depression. Antipsychotic can also cause side effects such as blurred vision, dry mouth, contraception, and weight gain. Initial dose can usually be low. If you're prescribed with an antipsychotic medicine, you may also have regular checks between 3 months. Possible more often, particularly if you have diabetes. Like I said, we will talk about doctors' negligence. It's not just doctors, I think health workers instead. Because unfortunately, health workers to this day and age, even back then, overworked and underpaid. I'm all for the NHS 100%. But obviously there's some stuff with the NHS I just don't agree with. Moving on. That's just a UK shit. Well, not UK, around the world. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, that's for another stream. Talking about it. Okay, if you're prescribed with antipsychotic medicine, you will need to have regular checks at least every 3 months, but possibly more often, particularly if you have diabetes. If your symptoms do not improve, you may be offered lithium or valproate as well. Rapid cycling. You will be prescribed with mood stabilizer or combination of mood stabilizers if you experience rapid cycling where you quickly change from high to low without a normal period in between. I think for like what is based as normal period, it really depends on like how severity can be. Especially with bipolar disorder. I mean, like I said, VTubers and streamers, if they've literally been open about it and they've said, I have bipolar disorder, it would be horrible to them. And I'm being serious. Unless they're like really abusive, really rude and all that stuff, that's the situation, a different situation. And I'll mention this again, and I'll mention this a million times if needed. Please, oh please, oh please, do not be horrible to people who have mental health illness. Don't be horrible to them at all. But like I said, there are boundaries that people will need to take because of just like abuse, physical, sexual, anything, especially on Discord as well. Be wary of that. There's a limit to how much a person can say to a point that becomes trauma dumping. Yes, there is a limit to it. If someone's going through something and it's like they've been going through it for a long time and they've just had enough, yeah, be nice to them. You don't know what they've been through, truly. Okay, learning to recognize triggers. If you have bipolar disorder, you learn to recognize the warning signs of approaching episode of mania or depression. Community mental health workers such as a psychiatric nurse may be able to help you to identify your early signs of relapse of your history. This will not prevent episode occurring, it will also allow you to help in time. This may mean making some changes to your treatment, perhaps by adding an antidepressant or antipsychotic. Let me drink some water. Okay. This may mean making some changes to your treatment, perhaps adding antidepressant or antipsychotic medicine to the mood stabilization medication you're already taking. Okay, I could say be nice to people who have, there's all kinds of people who have bipolar disorder. Obviously, to an extent, everyone has boundaries. So, and respect is important. But as I said before, if people use the mental health excuse where they're being really rude and horrible and they'd be like, oh yeah, it's because I have mental health. Be careful with that excuse, because if you use it too often, it's horrible. And yeah, your boundaries will be limited. And I mean it. If people, that's fine. If people want to be open about their mental health, that's fine. If you're going to be rude about it and disrespectful on people who do have illnesses, or they're being disrespectful and rude and they have an illness, there is limits to how much you can take. And I'm being serious. Whether it's family or friends, unfortunately, sometimes it's better to cut them off for your own mental health as well. Just as someone who has mental health illness, your mental health is just as important. and I'm being serious in that sense. Moving on. But there are some people who have mental illness and they are the most kindest, loveliest people in the world. And even I'm like, but they've dealt with this, but they've dealt with that, they've dealt with this. And it's like, okay, when you're going to stop that limit that you're not their responsibility, they're responsible for themselves. And I'm being serious. It's going to sound really like, this is going to sound horrible. I know it is. But unfortunately, everyone is different. But if people are going to be horrible about it, that's when it cuts off. Especially with mental health. I think boundaries in mental health is a real thing. And I'm being serious on it. Truly. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Okay, psychological treatment, like I said. So people might find psychological treatment helpful when used alongside medicine in between episodes of mania and depression. This includes psychoeducation. So yeah, this is where I'm saying, so I want to do more psychoeducation because the reason I'm doing it? Because I want to reduce the stigma of mental health. Even for me, it's a drop in the ocean, and I'm being serious. Mental health is important, and I can say it a million times and be passionate about it why mental health is important. Because the amount of shame and embarrassment that some cultures have, and no, this is not trauma dumping, so fuck off if you think it is. The amount of trauma and the amount of shame and embarrassment people have when it comes to getting a diagnosis and being like, but I don't want to know. Okay, if you don't want to know, that's your fear. That is literally your fear. If you don't want to know now, what's going to happen in 10 years time? You still don't want to know? That's your choice then. I think people need to realize it's your responsibility to get the diagnosis. Get yourself treated for what you're experiencing. I think as well, like hallucinations and delusions can be very dangerous as well. Some hallucinations can be common because it can like happen on a full moon randomly. Only when it happens often does it become an issue, especially with like I said, we'll talk about schizophrenia, and that is a very topic that is much more common than people realize. But yeah, psychoeducation is important because, like I said, not just bipolar. There are millions of mental health disorders around the world I want people to be aware of. And then when you're aware of it, this is how you treat it. This is how you can deal with people. Nobody's perfect, and yes, I am a fully grown man. And I can look after myself, and yes, if I've done I will be disrespectful to someone who is disrespectful to me, and I'm being serious. There are some jokes you can make on stream, and there's some jokes that are really bad. Especially if you make me uncomfortable, or if I make you uncomfortable, talk about it. That's fine. Everyone has different stages of development. Like, there's some people's stages of development that are very miniature. Like, literally, they're very, very childish. But obviously, sometimes I can be immature, and that's normal. Not everyone's perfect. Not everyone's going to be mature the whole time of their lives. There are situations and responsibilities that people need to be aware of. Moving on. Okay, so psychoeducation. To find out more about bipolar disorder, CBT is the most useful when treating depression. Family therapy, a type of talking therapy that focuses on family relationships such as marriage, and encourages everyone within the family and relationship to work together to improve mental health. Yeah, 100%. Okay, pregnancy and bipolar medicine. Okay, so this was a huge issue in the UK where people would take people who were diagnosed as mental health, correction. People who classify themselves as women and they want to become pregnant, and bipolar medicines. This was a huge issue in the UK over years back, from what I remember, because there will be case studies that you will be aware of in the future. Anyway, moving on. One of the main problems is that risks of taking bipolar medicines during pregnancy are not well understood. If you're thinking about having a baby, it is important to talk to your GP or mental health team about taking bipolar medicines during pregnancy. And yes, It is possible. If you have a mental health illness or condition and you want to get pregnant or you classify yourselves as women, there is no harm. It is your body, it's your responsibility, it is your understanding. But please, oh please, there'll be situations where people will have children and that child becomes a parent, which is very dangerous. But anyway, that's for another topic. Should people with mental health conditions not be pregnant? It's none of your business whether they do or don't. It's literally their responsibility, is their choice. It is their body in the end of the day. You have no, what's the word? You have no opinion. I don't care what gender you are. You have no opinion on what happens on a person's body. If they want to get a tattoo, let them get a tattoo. It's their choice. It's their body. It's their responsibility if they get a really bad tattoo in the future. It can go in that stage as well. So, moving on. Remember to breathe, Oreos. I'm still human at the end of the day. Okay, so if you're pregnant and you're having bipolar disorder, a written plan for your treatment should be developed as soon as possible. The plan should be drawn with you and your partner, your obstetrician, pregnancy specialist, midwife, GP, and health visitor. Some medicines, such as valproate, not routinely prescribed for pregnant women with bipolar disorder, as they may harm the baby. There was a huge situation with this and medicines and affects the baby. Back then, it was not seen as anything as an issue because obviously they didn't test it enough. But now, thanks to technology and being responsible and less negligent of doctors and healthcare workers, yeah, it does really make a difference. But there are some healthcare workers that are amazing, truly. And there are some healthcare workers that are really horrible and just do it for the money and just want to, yep, it can happen. And it does, unfortunately. Being realistic, not everyone's perfect in the world. Okay, bipolar, if you become pregnant while taking medicine that's been prescribed for bipolar disorder, it's important that you do not stop taking it until you have discussed it with your doctor. That is true. Bipolar medicine is prescribed for bipolar, after the baby's born, and it may also affect your decision whether to breastfeed. As they say, breast is best, but it really depends on the person, and like I said, it's their choice in the end of the day. A pharmacist, midwife, or mental health team can give you advice based on the circumstances. Okay, moving on. We'll talk about this in the future because this is a disability that people go through and it is more common than people realize. Just like epilepsy. Epilepsy is real. And yes, there are VTubers as well as streamers who go through it. It's fine to be private about your mental health. It's fine to be private about your disability. If you ever come to a situation that you're open about your disability and mental health, that's fine. That is your choice. For me, I like my privacy. And I'm being serious because once I know what people are like and I've dealt with people, not really betrayal. It's more, I'll use that as a situation to get back at you. Which is horrible, I know. But like I said, nobody's perfect and it does happen. Okay, moving on. Let's go through a video. A video like this one. Okay, 1 second. Let me pause the music. Stop music. And I shall change this to the yeah, change that. Enjoy. Well, not really enjoy.
In our day-to-day life. While life can feel like a roller coaster of emotions at times, people with bipolar disorder experience long-lasting shifts in their mood, energy, and behavior, like a roller coaster ride that never ends. About 5.7 million adults in the US have bipolar disorder.
What was the USA?
This category of lifelong mental health conditions is known for the manic and depressive episodes someone experiences. These changes in mood, energy, thoughts, and actions can last.
Wait, can I mention this?
Change the manic and depressive.
Honestly, it's okay to cry. I think crying is very therapeutic. Some people, I think more men need to cry because it makes them human. just like we all are. And yes, it's better for a person to cry, or if they want to punch a pillow, it's very normal, than to take it out on a human being. Please don't ever do that. Anger management is a real thing, and crying is very important and is very therapeutic. It's better for, especially mental health wise, it is better for someone to have a sense of relief. It does feel nice. I cry all the time. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't care if people call me a crybaby. At least I'll know my emotions compared to someone else. Moving on. But yeah, it's very therapeutic to cry. And yes, sometimes I will watch movies that will make you cry because of how the situation is. And if you ever feel like you can't cry, go speak to your doctor or nurse or any health profession, because sometimes not being able to cry is the actual real thing, especially around the world. Moving on. Sorry, Oreos, last thing. Don't ever feel ashamed of crying. Never feel ashamed. Crying is very normal. Crying is very normal. It is very human to cry. More men need to cry. You're more of a man or human. Oh, I don't really care about genders. I really don't. But you're more human to cry than to not cry at all, especially in some circumstances or situation. For Oreos, cry as much as you like. It's a good stress relief. But please, oh please, like I said, when the tears from heaven start flooding, that's fine. But when I feel like it's fine to have a cry day, I think the whole world needs to just have a cry day where you just cry about anything. And I'm being serious. It is so, yeah. Anyway, don't be ever shameful of crying. Cry. I swear, man, the whole world needs a cry day where you just cry about anything. Honestly, you cry about anything you want. You didn't get that job, right? You can cry about it. It's okay to cry. It's okay to not be okay. Honestly. And remember to breathe, because you're still human. I really mean to inhale, exhale. Okay, moving on. As I said, when it comes to these streams, it does make me nervous because I do get a lot of DMs and messages from people that are pretty horrible. It's fine. I've started banning people now. You can't save everyone, and I really mean it. You really can't. It's okay to cry. Moving on.
Someone experiences. These changes in mood, energy, thoughts, and actions can last anywhere from days to months and can severely disrupt your life. During a manic episode, you may feel excessive happiness and excitement, less need for sleep, restlessness, rapid speech and racing thoughts, increased energy, and reckless and risky behavior, like driving too fast or spending large amounts of money. While you may be unaware of these mood and behavior shifts in yourself, those around you will notice a change in how you act. In contrast to a manic period.
Okay, can I mention this? And this is real, and I'm being serious about it. If you ever see a couple get physical, you can legally okay, maybe I'm being too much actually with this. I don't want to seem very overwhelming. There'll be situations, circumstances where couples think it's okay to get physical. And when I mean physical, obviously a situation where it's not right. It's okay to ask and be in a situation where physical stuff is not allowed, especially outside in broad daylight. Like I said, I'm not going to trauma dump, but if there's ever a situation that you don't feel safe, please, rather you go in a safe environment. I know it's your responsibility, but in this situation where it's a couple, there are some situations that you can just ask, just to check, even if it's your own curiosity. Because I know in Japan, there will be situations where, not just in Japan, there'll be situations around the world where someone's very, very drunk and the other one's not drunk. And it's like, okay, what's going on? Do question. There's no harm in questioning. But then if you feel safe, great. If you don't feel safe to ask, don't do it. Like I said, you can't save everyone. It's fine to ask if you feel safe and you feel like, okay, they're not going to do anything to me. People can be predictable in their reactions, and I'm being serious. It's fine to ask. not brave enough to ask. Well, I've been in situations where I'm brave enough to ask and it's like it's, what's the word that I can say that not sounds insensitive? It's definitely backfired at times. And that's fine. If it's backfired, that's no problem. But when it gets to physical, even to a cafeteria or cafe, and they've done that, I've watched a lot of webtoons. Yes, I do watch a lot of webtoons. And especially when it comes to involved family, you'll be surprised how much you, just one word or like one note, if you give them, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? And there's no harm in asking someone, are you okay? Or like some people will be like, sis, are you okay? Or bro, are you okay? Because it could not just happen where it happens with both genders, and I'm being serious about it. You can't save the world, but you can, as I said before, if you are safe and you can predict people's you can predict people's reactions as well. Back then, I could not predict people's reactions. Now I can. That's because of like years and years of body language. But body language does have an effect. We will talk about body language actually in the future, because body language is different around the world. It is. But still in the same time, when someone is nervous, you can tell. But yeah, we will talk about body language because it does happen in mental health as well. Moving on. You can't save everyone, and I mean it, but there's no harm. Your own, I know people can get curious. Don't be out there and like, are you okay? Are you okay? Because people can be like, I'm fine. Leave me alone. Don't bother me. And that's fine. You can't save everyone. And I'm being serious. Oreos, don't do that. If there's a situation where it doesn't feel safe or they're being very aggressive, just be aware of it. There's no harm if you're staring. Japan is hilarious at times because there'll be bystanders who will stare and they will just be like, what's going on? And it's like, okay, no, but there's some cultures who are very loud. Especially where my culture is from, we are very, very loud. And there's other cultures as well that can be very quiet. But yeah, Oreos, you can't save everyone. But there's no harm in asking if you feel safe enough to do it. It's not about being brave if you feel safe enough. Obviously, if people are going to get physical outside, don't do it. But if it's in a cafeteria, like I said, in some webtoons I've read, and yep, restraining order on family is a real thing. And yes, it is true, because that's literally a huge boundary. If you've put your family on restraining order, there's a reason for it. But like I said, I'm not trauma dumping on anyone. And yeah, please do keep yourself safe, Warriors. And I'm being serious in the future, community-wise. Almost like when someone said yesterday, like they have a fear if they call someone to get up a package and that person could be like a massive serial killer. Do question it. There's no harm. Where does that fear come from? Why are you fearful of that? What's happened? And yeah, like I said, do keep yourself safe. If you feel it's okay, do it. If you don't feel it's okay, then don't do it. It's not your responsibility to save everyone. And I'm being serious. Honestly. Even if it's a note. I've been in situations where I've had to give someone a note and literally be like, are you okay? If they give the back of the note, like literally a piece of paper, if you don't want them to notice, or if they like gone to the bathroom and you give them a note or just slip them a note, or even like in situations it can be like kind of weird. So obviously don't do that. It's a time and place of situation. DV is very huge. Doesn't matter on genders. We will talk about on stream. And yeah, it's more common than people realize. So like I said, please don't be responsible. Be responsible for yourself. You're not responsible for anyone. And I'm being serious. If you feel safe, go for it. If you don't feel safe, don't do it. Like I said, people can be predictable. We will talk about fear. Fear is a huge thing that people have spoken about, and people have fear of things. But there are some books that I've read, and as well as dealing with fear. It can seem like false evidence appearing real, but it also depends. Where's that fear coming from? Why do you have that fear? What's the situation? What's the rationality of that fear? So like the topic. Sorry, I know I'm going a bit overboard, but thank you. I know I'm going a bit overboard, but having that fear of something. Like, so perfect example I mentioned, fear of rats. Thing is, what if the person wants to have a pet rat in the future? Are you still going to be fearful of that? Rats are actually really cute. Obviously, outside rats and like mice obviously are not cute because they've obviously not a pet, not trained, and all that stuff. They will bite anything comes in the way. And obviously, pets do have to get vaccinated for a reason. Your own safety as well as theirs. Moving on. Sorry. Moving on.
Notice a change in how you act. In contrast to a manic period, you may also experience depressive episodes where you lose interest in most activities.
Okay, last thing. Sorry, I know I mentioned a lot of things, but there's a severity of depression. I did go through it once. I'll go through it again just as an update if you guys want after a year, because some things with depression can affect the human being. It's fine to be sad. It depends on how long your sadness is, can affect the person. So yeah, moving on. But it is real. We are human at the end of the day.
You may also feel overwhelming sadness, difficulty concentrating or making decisions, low energy and fatigue, increased need for sleep, irritability, and thoughts of death or suicide. The severity of these episodes differs for everyone, since there isn't a set pattern or timeline of when you'll experience a high or low. It can be hard to cope and manage bipolar disorder. Keep in mind that certain things can trigger a manic or depressive episode, like sleep changes, stress, certain medications, and substance abuse. But there's hope.
Being with bad drugs.
There are many ways to manage bipolar disorder, including medications, psychotherapy, and healthy lifestyle habits like exercise, yoga, and meditation.
Yoga's bullshit. I've tried
But
it.
most
Everyone's
importantly,
different.
you don't have to deal with this by yourself. Talk to your healthcare provider who can help find what works best for you.
Okay, moving on to the next one. Like I said, a lot of these videos will be in the video description for YouTube. Twitch people, please subscribe to my YouTube channel because a lot of the videos will be in the description below. Like I said, thank you for the follows, but like I said before, and I'll mention again, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical profession. I'm here for more psychoeducation in a more general matter. So don't ask me for like the jargon and doctors' understanding. I'm not that. I'm here to reduce the mental health stigma that the world has. Who knows? I could be wrong. There might be a time where, but actually no, that's in a perfect world. That's never gonna happen. In a perfect world where mental health is not stigmatized anymore due to media, unfortunately, mass media is a huge thing. So I'm here to psychoeducation, and I'm gonna be here for a while. Moving on. I hope. moving on.
Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to another video. We're so grateful for all of the support you've given us. Our mission is to make psychology more accessible and digestible for everyone. Before we begin, we would like to make a short disclaimer. If you relate to anything listed in this video, please reach out to your doctor to discuss your symptoms.
Yeah,
As this video is not
100%.
intended to
I agree
diagnose
with that.
yourself or others. With that said, let's continue. There are many types of mental illness: depression, anxiety, PTSD, bipolar disorder, and many more. You may have heard of bipolar disorder before. It is a mental illness that affects your moods. A common misconception about bipolar disorder
Wait, did we
is that
not
a
go
person
through
has
that? Wait,
frequent
1
mood
second.
swings going from happy or
Okay.
positive to
Yeah.
sad, angry, irritated, or other negative
This
emotions
animation is
almost
amazing,
without
though,
warning.
honestly.
But did you know that there are different types? Today, we are
Yeah,
going to
they're
learn about the
I
similarities
forgot to
and
mention, yeah.
differences between bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 disorder. Bipolar 1. The first type of bipolar disorder we're going to talk about is bipolar 1 disorder. People with BP1 go through cycles of mania, depression, and normal moods. However, not everyone with BP1 experiences depressive episodes. Sometimes they just experience shifts between normal and manic moods. It can often feel like riding a roller coaster. You're going up the first hill with all of these exciting, adrenaline-inducing emotions building up. When you get to the top, you feel like you're on top of the world. What exactly is mania, though? According to the DSM-5, mania is defined as a distinct period of abnormally and persistently elevated, expansive, or irritable moods, and abnormally and persistently goal-directed behavior or energy. This is just a general definition. Not everyone with BP1 experiences mania the same way. If you have BP1 disorder and are in a manic episode, you may have lots of energy, feel wired, have racing thoughts, talk faster than usual, take part in risky behaviors, need less sleep, or have heightened, intense senses such as smell or touch. A person without BP1 may experience these symptoms for various reasons. Maybe you had too much caffeine or sugar, or maybe you're just in a good, energetic mood. The key differences are that manic episodes are usually very extreme, out of the ordinary for the person experiencing them, and the episodes last at least 7 days. Occasionally, some people with BP1 may experience psychosis while in a manic episode. Psychosis is easily understood as a loss of contact with reality. A person experiencing psychosis may have delusions, hallucinations, such as hearing voices or seeing things that aren't really there, or talking incoherently and saying things that don't seem to make sense to other people. If you're in a psychotic episode, you're probably not aware that you are, or that anything is even wrong at all. Psychosis is a serious condition and usually requires emergency care. Depression is another extreme mood that a person with BP1 may experience and often immediately follows a manic episode. Just like the roller coaster example we used for mania, what goes up must come down. A person with BP1 will quickly go from feeling like they're on top of the world to speeding down the hill into a far more negative mood. Just like with mania, not every person experiences depressive episodes the same way. If you're depressed, you may have mental and behavioral symptoms such as having little or no interest in doing the things you normally enjoy doing, hopelessness, intense sadness, irritability, or lack of concentration. Depressive episodes can also affect you physically. It may make it harder for you to fall or stay asleep, make you feel fatigued, or make you lose your appetite. Bipolar 2. Another type of bipolar disorder is bipolar 2 disorder. BP2 is similar to BP1, however, symptoms tend to be milder than those that present in people with BP1. People with BP2 experience bouts of depression and normal moods, just like those with BP1. Rather than mania, though, people with BP2 have hypomania. What exactly is hypomania? Hypomania is often very similar to mania. If you experience hypomania, you'll more than likely have the same symptoms of mania, just in a milder form. This can include an increase in energy, racing thoughts, increased motivation to take on new projects, and others that we've previously talked about with manic symptoms. Hypomanic episodes don't usually cause extreme issues in your life, as manic episodes do, though. That's not to say that they can't be troublesome or disruptive. While people with BP1 usually experience more problems with manic episodes, people with BP2 tend to have more issues with the depressive episodes than the hypomanic episodes. Of course, everyone is different, and these are just trends. Bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 disorder have their similarities as well as their differences. While BP1 tends to deal with manic episodes and BP2 deals more with extreme depressive episodes, neither one is better or worse than the other. They simply affect you in a different way. Did you find this video to be educational? Would you like to see more mental health and mental illness topics like this? Also, if
All right, so this YouTube channel that I've been following quite a while, actually. I remember when they first started, it was actually really amazing. And it's really good because we'll go through another one. Even I'm a bit surprised with bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. This is where the energies are so behind, unfortunately. Okay, let's go with signs of bipolar disorder. As I said, we'll go through a few videos.
Hey Psych2Go fam, welcome back to another video. Are you struggling with bipolar disorder or know someone who is? Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder defined by periods of intense, heightened emotion called mood episodes. The three types of mood episodes are manic, hypomanic, which is less severe than manic episodes, and depressive. Bipolar 1 disorder is the most extreme form, with some manic episodes lasting for 7 days. Bipolar 2 disorder consists of hypomanic and depressive episodes. With that said, here are 10 signs of a bipolar disorder. But before we begin, we would like to mention that this video is created for educational purposes only and is not intended to substitute a professional diagnosis. If you suspect you or someone else may have bipolar disorder or any mental health condition, we highly advise you to seek help from a qualified mental health professional. Okay, let's begin. 1. Mood swings. Mood swings, from intense highs to extreme lows, are one of the biggest signs of bipolar disorder. While you may experience mood swings from hormones or other factors, those with bipolar 2 disorder typically experience alternating periods of hypomania, depression, and regular function. It may be a sign of bipolar disorder when your mood swings are frequent and it interferes with your sleep and daily activities. 2. Cycles of depression. Do you experience cycles of manic and depressive episodes? Symptoms of a depressive episode may include strong feelings of guilt, worthlessness, disinterest in previously enjoyed activities, and even thoughts of suicide. Seeking treatment for your depressive episode may lead to a misdiagnosis for major depressive disorder instead, but it's likely to be bipolar disorder if symptoms of depression occur for a few weeks and alternate with symptoms of manic episodes. 3. Risky behavior. During manic episodes, people with bipolar disorder are more likely to engage in risky behaviors. A study using a computer simulation by the University of Oxford had found that people with bipolar disorder engaged in more gain-oriented risky behaviors than those without BD. Impulsiveness with money, like risky investments and gambling, and actions that endanger yourself and others, such as reckless driving, are some examples of real-life risky decisions made by people with BD. 4. Periods of intense multitasking and energy. During a manic episode, do you find yourself suddenly making plans to do more than you're physically able to do? With bipolar 2 disorder, you typically experience less intense manic episodes or hypomania, so you may not see how your increased multitasking and energy during a hypomanic episode differ from a normal productivity boost. But those around you will probably be able to see this change in behavior. 5. Grandiosity or feelings of importance. The American Psychological Association defines grandiosity as an exaggerated sense of one's greatness, importance, or ability. While grandiosity is more prevalent in other mental disorders like narcissistic personality disorder, it can also be a symptom of bipolar disorder. Typically, you may experience grandiosity during manic episodes. 6. Talking faster than normal. Do you find yourself speaking faster or louder than normal during a manic episode? When going through a manic episode, you may experience irregular speech patterns like trailing off in the middle of a conversation or talking more than you normally do. You may be unaware that you're talking faster than normal, but someone close to you will probably pick up on it. 7. Difficulty concentrating. Another symptom of bipolar disorder is having difficulty concentrating during both manic and depressive episodes. In depressive episodes, a lack of energy may make it hard for you to stay focused, and you might also find yourself forgetting things. During manic episodes, too much energy might make it difficult for you to concentrate on any one task. 8. Extreme irritability or agitation. Do you find yourself feeling extremely irritated sometimes? Irritability is another symptom of bipolar disorder, especially when it occurs along with other symptoms. Your irritability may manifest into physical actions of agitation, such as pacing or hand-wringing. 9. Irregular sleep. When paired with other symptoms, difficulty sleeping or sleeping too much may be signs of bipolar disorder. During manic episodes, you might feel very energized after only a few hours of sleep. During a depressive episode, on the other hand, you might sleep more and still feel tired or have trouble sleeping and suffer from exhaustion. And 10. Changes in appetite. During manic episodes, when the body is able to function off little sleep and food, you may experience loss of appetite. Although many factors including certain medications can contribute to a loss of appetite, if this symptom occurs along with the other signs, it could be a sign of bipolar disorder. According to the National Institute of Mental Health, some may even experience increased appetite during depressive episodes. Do you or someone you care about show any of these signs? Let us know in the comments below. Along with the references and studies used in this video added in the description below are some resources for you to seek help. If you found
All right, Oreos, I am going to add this because it's a new video. There are some, I will take some of the, yeah, so we will do a lot of references, so don't worry about that. Okay. I think most of these sites, where is it? Most of these sites are quite similar. Oh, I forgot the music. Most of these sites are quite similar, but we can discuss it if there's anything that you all want to mention. I don't mind going through it. Alright, so I have put it in the description as well below, by the way. For YouTube, sorry, Twitch people. Okay, so I want to this is new to me as well, Bipolar 1 and Bipolar 2. Okay, Bipolar 1 is definitely by a manic episode that lasts for at least 7 days, nearly every day, most of the day. Manic symptoms are so severe that the person needs immediate medical care. Usually, depressive episodes occur as well, typically lasting at least 2 weeks. Episode of depression with mixed features, having depressive symptoms and manic symptoms at the same time, also possible. Experiencing 4 or more episodes of mania or depression within a year is called rapid cycling. Well, actually, we did mention this before with NHS, but still. Moving on. Bipolar disorder is defined by the pattern or depressive episodes and hypnotic episodes. So similar to the video we saw before. Yeah, I've been following them for a long time, that YouTuber. It's very interesting, most of the educational videos. It's really cool. When it comes to mental health, I'm being serious, and it is for educational purposes. So please be aware of that. And I will always mention it. Please, please, please go to a medical health profession or a diagnosis. Okay? Alright, Oreos. Moving on. I might go to a Japanese one because this will be more interesting, because there's one that's actually got a lecture we can listen to. This is more for Japanese speakers. Those who don't understand Japanese, sorry, it may not be for you, but it is talking about bipolar. All right. Okay, we've pretty much done most of this. This is like most America. Some American Canadians as well can go through this. This is mostly statistics. Okay, that is definitely old. But yeah, from 2018, that is very old. That won't be. It literally says women and people with bipolar 2 disorder are significantly more likely to experience rapid cycling than men with the same condition. Okay, that's from 2018, the reference, so that's very, very old. From 2018 to now, it's almost like 7 years ago. No, I can't count. 6 years ago. There we go. Other research findings, yeah, that's from 1995. Be careful with references. If it's older than like 5 years or 2 years, it's not worth it, honestly. This is mostly what we've been through. There is one, yeah, I think this is the one with the lecture. Yeah, I think this is the one with the lecture. There's a Japanese lecture, and this is a qualified Japanese, I think, classify themselves as like, yeah, he's a psychiatrist, Japanese psychiatrist. I'm gonna stop the music, and then we might see a bit of this. Might do the Arabic as well, we'll see. I'm sorry, Oreos, I am multicultural and I'm very international, like huge. We'll go through this. So we do have a Japanese one, we have an Arabic one, another Arabic one. I was trying to find Chinese. Okay, this is a... Also be careful when it comes to YouTube and Twitch. Do content from regulated healthcare provider of Japan. So it is legal. Obviously, as I said, please, 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 I'm doing it for psychoeducation. And reduce the stigma of mental health. So yeah. I did try to find one that was Chinese and Korean. If anyone wants to help me with that, you're welcome to join our Discord because, like I said, I'm extremely international. I will put the they have one in schizophrenia for Arabic. Okay, there are some translations, and I'm aware sometimes translations can be wrong. I'm aware of it, but please, 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 please do go seek mental health profession always. I'm just for more psychoeducation, and I will not stop saying that. Moving on. So, this is a Japanese one for bipolar. Oh. Yeah, my Japanese reading is not 100%. It will be in the future. At the moment now. Okay, let's go through the Japanese one. This is a lecture in Japan. And this was 2 months ago, so very, very recent. This is more for Japanese speakers. English speakers, I'm sorry, we'll go through another English one if you want. If anyone has any video recommendations, because you never know, in a year's time, things could change, especially with mental health. We will update it in the future, but we'll see. When I say I will update it myself, but my moderators do help me as well. Moving on, please listen. And this is a good way of studying Japanese as well.
私のようなものでいいのかなと毎年毎年思いながら参加させていただいておりますけれども、私のような
As I said before, my streams are not for the faint-hearted. If you don't like me talking about mental health, easily.
ものでいいのかなと思っているのは、ただの町の精神科医なのでね、こんな人間がこのようなねたくさんの皆様前でお話してね、もっと最新の話。
Usually he says where he let me check something. Okay, usually he says where he's doing the lecture. This guy is, I do follow this guy. As you can see.
と思うんですが、
Okay.
ただ何か違うことやってるとしたらこれぐらいですよね。YouTube やってるんですよね。睡眠専門医厚木正彦ってなってるんですけど、
実は精神科医であるということはひた隠しに隠してたんですけど、he did the lecture on bipolar. もともとは眠れないとか。Bipolar is real. Like I said, it's around the world, not just in one country. But obviously, cultures will affect.
ご質問とか、そこで悩んでらっしゃるような患者さんも増えてまいりましてですね。で、今現時点で今日さっき見たところでは、弱小チャンネルですが64,600人ぐらいの登録者の方がいらっしゃってます。見ていると今日はたくさん来られてますね。ありがたい話ですね。なので最近はこれも堂々というようになってまして、 YouTube 専門医と学ぶ今日は双極性障害全解説です。もちろん双極性障害に悩んでらっしゃる方、ご家族を見てらっしゃる方もたくさん来られる、そういうチャンネルになってます。他の先生と違うところがあるかなと思うとすればですね、率直な意見が来るんですよ。先生の前にね、診察室で話してる内容とは全く違うような話がよく聞けます。要はもう何年にもわたって治療してるけど一向に良くならないとかですね、私の治療はこれでいいんでしょうかとかですね、もう私の一生は終わりですかとかね、ものすごく率直な意見をいただく機会だけは他の方よりは多いかなと思っておりまして、今日はですね、すごくエビデンスに基づいたみたいな話もちょっと出てくるんですけど、やっぱり基本的にはそういった方々からのお話をたくさん聞けるという、そこが僕の強みかなと思ってますので、そういったことを皆様方とシェアしていきながら、一緒にね双極性障害について学んでいくという機会にできればなと思っておりますので、はい、この次に何を言うかは大体分かってらっしゃると思うんですけど、私は YouTuber ですので、チャンネル登録、高評価、通知音のよろしくお願いいたします。それでは始めさせていただきます。今日は双極性障害の話で、直前までですね資料を作りまくってたんですけど、これ皆様の資料にはございません。で、最初に皆様方のですね知識というかを後でチェックしようかなと思いまして。
Sorry, I will mention this is definitely native Japanese in the lecture. I'm used to it because, like I said, I live in Japan for a bit, so I'm very used to the Japanese very fast walking. Very normal when it's native Japanese. So please, 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 please don't self-diagnose or yeah, please do get yourself checked. Thank you.
双極性障害のお話なんですが、今日はもうこれだけ知ったらもうそれで OK っていう話がこの後ありまして、双極性障害と、ちょっと聞いてみたいんですけど、この中で一番近い病気ってどれだと思いますかというのをですね聞いてみたいと思います。3つありますね。うつ病、認知症、統合失調症。じゃあ聞きますね。うつ病だと思ってらっしゃる方はどれぐらいおられますか？一番近いのはうつ病だ。はい、ありがとうございます。認知症だ。ありがとうございます。統合失調症だ。当てないから手を挙げてください。
He's asking what you're feeling at the moment. Do you sometimes forget? Do you feel like sorry, I can't really do translations that well sometimes, especially on my days. Just listen. He's obviously asking the question, and it's in a lecture, so people are going to put their hands up and stuff. Anyway, moving on. It's really interesting with this, and especially with this guy. I follow him quite often, and I listen to a lot of his lectures, especially on mental health. It's really, really useful. Moving on.
くださいね。ありがとうございます。素晴らしいです皆さんね。ほとんどじゃあこの後の話はほぼほぼ聞く必要はないぐらいかもしれませんが、ひょっとして本当はですね、統合失調症だと手挙げたけれども、実はうつ病とそんな変わらんのちゃうかとかですね、そんな風に思われる方も実はこの中に混じってるかもしれませんし、いやもう統合失調症に決まってるやんか一番近いのはと思う方もですね、改めてちょっとそのあたりを深掘りしてですね、理解を深めていただくとですね、いかに双極性障害は一番大事なところはここですね。うつ病とは違うのかっていうことですね。そこだけしっかり頭に入れていただければ、まあ今日の目標というのはほぼ達成だというふうな内容だと思っておいてください。なのでまあよく知ってるよっていう方もですね、おさらいのつもりでこの後の話聞いていただければと思っております。ということで一番最初の話ですね。なぜかよくわからないんですが、この双極性障害のお話を皆様方、一般の方でも専門家の方でもさせていただく時っていうのは毎年冬なんですよ。冬なので、うつ病統合失調症双極性障害の話のする時にですね、なんかA と B は違うっていう話をする時に多分一番いいのはこの話をすることだと思ってるんで、ちょっと今日は全然病気の話違うんですけど、最初これからさせてください。これ何かわかります皆さん？今年食べました？これ食べた人いますか？います？羨ましいな。ありがとうございます。これカニですね。はい。カニなんですけど、カニはカニでもね、カニってまあいろんなカニがあるっていうのは思いつきますか皆さん？今年皆さんが食べたカニはこのカニですか？そうでもないカニですか？ちょっと思い起こしてみてください。カニ言うてるけどね、ちょっと違うカニもありますよね。これもカニですよね。よう見るとですね、これどっちもカニなんですけど、よう見たら随分ちゃいますね。どっちもカニやって言ってるのにね。どう違うか分かります？向かって左側が、ズワイガニですね。向かって右側がタラバガニですね。どっちもカニ扱いされてて、どっちもカニとして出てきたらどっちも僕たちうまいなって食べてるんですよ。でもよく見ると結構形違ってますよね。向かって左側のズワイガニって結構でかくてね、足広げたら1メートルぐらいになるらしいですね。で足がうまくて味噌もうまいらしいです。なので焼きガニとかにして食べるとめっちゃ美味しいし、もちろん鍋に入れても美味しいんですね。向かって右側のタラバガニなんですけど、タラバガニってのはね、足はすごく淡白。
Okay, can I mention this guy is actually hilarious? He's talking about two types of crabs, but in bipolar, there is a bipolar 1, there's a bipolar 2. He was asking the audience before, which one do you prefer? But then, like, obviously, don't compare bipolar as like two different types of crab. That's not the point. He's literally saying of like bipolar 1, bipolar 2. Anyway, I'm sorry, I really can't do translation that well, but I'll try. But yeah, at the moment, probably not today, but definitely just listen to it. But it's just interesting to know.
で美味しいんですけど、味噌がないらしいんですよ。なので味噌食べたいなっていう時にはこのタラバガニ買ってきてもね、あまり美味しくないらしいですね。正直言うとこれ一番何が美味しいかというと、鍋に入れて食べるというのが美味しいらしいです。まあどっちも美味しいんですけどね、形も違いますよね。これでも僕たちってカニって言ってますよね。まあよう似てるけど、実はね結構よく見てみたら違う。実はですね、この2つって生き物として全く違うっていうことが分かってます。で、今日お話しする双極性障害と、単極って書いてますが、いわゆるうつ病っていうのも実はこれに近い関係にあるんじゃないかっていう考え方があります。どう違うかというと、見かけちょっと似てるけど、よく見たら結構形も違うし、生き物として病気としても全然違うよっていう。で、こんなんもあるんですよ。形はね、なんか一見すると全然違う形があるんやけど、全く本当は同じような生き物っていうのもありまして、これですね。タラバガニと親戚関係にあるヤドカリですね。で、これ病気に例えるとこれが統合失調症に当たるに違うか。タラバガニもでかいですからね、3、40センチあります。ヤドカリってこんなんですよね。ちっこいです。なんか貝とか被ってますしね。見かけ上全然違うんですけど、実はですね、タラバガニってヤドカリ科らしいんですよ。つまりヤドカリの一種がタラバガニなんですよね。なんか親戚関係にあります。 こんなに大きさが違ってなんか見かけも違うのに何が違うかということを改めて申し上げましょう。遺伝的に生き物としてカニがズワイガニとタラバガニが違う生き物で、ヤドカリとタラバガニが同じ生き物であるように、実は遺伝子的に双極性障害とうつ病は違うもので、双極性障害と統合失調症が親戚関係にあるんちゃうのってことが最近分かってきてます。この2つは別物なんですよ。別物なんですけど、最近皆様方よくご勉強されてるでしょうから、これが別物らしいなっていうことはご存知だっていう方が多いと思うんですけど、でもちょっと前まではね、うつになる気分障害の病気って言ったら、双極性障害、双うつ病とうつ病があるよって、似たようなもんだよっていうふうに僕たち思ってたじゃないですか。実はね、こういうふうに僕たちが思ってたのには犯人がいます。はい、犯人出しますね。犯人こいつですわ。このおっさんですわ。はい、知ってますか？エミール・クレペリンというですね、このおっちゃんがですね、うつになる病気はうつ病と双うつ病、双極性障害があって、この2つは多分別物だけど親戚関係にあるよって1900年ぐらいに言ったんですよ。でそれ以来僕たち120年ぐらいずっとこの2つは親戚やと思ってたんですよ。僕たちが双うつ病とうつ病を似たような病気やって思ってたのは、このエミール・クレペリンっていうおっちゃんが犯人なんですけど、こいつ悪者やと思う必要はないですよ。実はすごく偉い人です。何が偉いかというとですね、この人が精神科の病気を分類するっていうことを始めたんですよ。分類するって始めたんですよ。それまでね、この1890年ぐらいにクレペリンさんが精神病の分類をし始めるまでは、精神的な病気はちょっとごめんなさい、きつい言葉で言いますが、全部発狂しただったんですよ。狂っただったんですよ。
Oreos, I'm just gonna quickly take like a 5 to 10 minutes. I need to pee so badly. I quickly need to get some snacks and that. So BRB, I'll be right back. And we need to quickly just go out one little thing because someone keeps on trying to open the door. BRB, I'll be right back. Hello, Tyler. I'm back. All right. So I just need a bit of a break. As much as I love talking about mental health streams, yes. Anyway, I just had to get Oreos. Remember to eat something. Please don't forget to eat something. Your appetite is important, as always. Let's carry on.
全部狂ってるんで、全部治療同じだったんですよ。全部処遇も同じだったんですよ。なので、ものすごく大ざ
Okay, I just want to mention, if you don't hear me talking, it's because I'm eating, but I'm also listening to it as well. So, hello, Michaela. I like those emails. They're really cute. Moving on.
っぱだったんです。頭がおかしくなったように見えたら全部治療同じだった。まずいね。肺結核と肺がんじゃ治療違いますよね。脳の病気である精神病 A と精神病 B は治療が違うはずです。なのできちんと分類すれば治療も対処法も違うということを初めて言ったのがこのクレペリンという人です。でいろいろ分けたんですよ。精神病はとりあえず気分が変わる双極性障害、躁うつ病の仲間と幻覚とか妄想とかが起こる統合失調症、昔でいうところの精神分裂病に分けよう。でこの2つは治療を変えようやって提案したんですよ。なので精神科の治療が細やかにできるようになったのはこの先生のおかげです。ただし当時の知識でいうと双極性障害とうつ病というのはもう似てたわけですよ。タラバガニとズワイガニみたいに。なので細かいところをまだ見る技術がなかったからこの2つを仲間として見てたんだけど、分類したっていうことはすごく意味のあることです。ただし最近の遺伝的な研究によって実はこの2つが別物だよということが分かってきたってことですね。本当は統合失調についてもっと革命的だって話です。統合失調症について語り出すとこれから2時間かかるので、動画を見てください。で統合失調症と双極性障害親戚ですって話です。遺伝的に親戚ですって話です。どういうことかというとですね、まず分かりやすいところで言うと遺伝的なリスクが上がります。親戚とか親兄弟が統合失調症だったり双極性障害だったりするとその子供親もそうなりやすいというデータがあって、統合失調症の有病率、一般の人の中で発生してくる率っていうのはだいたい100人に1人ぐらいです。 0.85% ぐらいだというふうに言われてます。でところが親とか子供が統合失調症だったらその人が統合失調症になるリスクというのは 6.68 倍ですね。なので8倍ぐらいに上がるんですよ。これ同じことがね双極性障害にも言えます。200人に1人ぐらいが一般的な一般人口での発症率ですけれども、親とか子供とかが双極性障害だとその割合は実に 10% に上がります。20倍に上がります。 100% でないっていうことを押さえておいてくださいね。ここの話を聞いてこの病気は遺伝ですって思う方おられるんですけど、リスクは上がりますけど 100% でないということは遺伝病じゃないんですよ。リスクは上がりますけどね。で重要なのはここからです。同じことが統合失調症の方がご家族におられた時に双極性障害になるリスクが上がるっていうデータもあります。一般人口200人に1人ぐらいでした。100人に1人っていう話もありますけどね。それが家族の中に統合失調症の方がおられると大体2倍ぐらいに上がります。つまり違う病気ってことになってるんだけど、そういうご家族がおられるとリスクが上がりますね。逆もあります。統合失調症の方、家族の中に双極性障害の方がおられるとやっぱりリスクは2倍に上がります。つまりリスクを共有している同じなりやすさの遺伝子を一部分共有しているに違うかっていうことが分かっているっていうことです。心配なさらないでください。こんな話があと1時間半続きませんから、これが多分一番難しいスライドです。で実際こうやっていろいろ調べてみるともうこんな名前全く覚えなくていいです。こういう遺伝子を持ってるとちょっとだけ統合失調症になりやすいよねとか、こういう遺伝子を持ってるとちょっとだけ双極性障害になりやすいよねっていう遺伝子があるんですけど、その遺伝子も結構統合失調症と双極性障害は共有しているということが分かっています。つまり遺伝的に見まくったら、細かいところまで見まくって初めて実はこの双極性障害と統合失調症という一見すると気分の病気となんか自分自身の被害的になったりとかいうふうなことが中心になるような病気との間につながりがあるらしいということがごく最近になって分かってきたっていうことなんですよ。でこれをもとに扱い方も変わってきたっていうことなんですよね。最近の知識です。ここまでの話は皆様方の日々のね活動にはほぼほぼ関係ないことです。じゃあ実際よくよく見てるとうつ病と双極性障害はどんなふうに違うの？まずね患者さんの数が違います。先ほどもね和田先生おっしゃっていただきました。双極性障害の方ね100人から200人に1人です。これ調査の仕方によって違います。だいたい100から200に1人ぐらいと覚えておいてください。に比べてうつ病はもっともっと多いです。10人に1人ぐらいです。もっと多いっていうデータもありますね。なので10倍以上 患者さんの数が違います。これは後から関係してきます。で、実はうつ病と双極性障害は男女の違いもあることが分かっています。うつ病というのは大体女性の方が男性に比べて、1.5 倍から多い場合3倍ぐらい増えるっていうふうに言われています。女性の方がかかりやすいんですね。が双極性障害はどの国で調べてもほぼほぼ男女比は1対
Okay, I'll mention this. So when it's in Japan, like this is like we're talking about bipolar. He's literally saying not just around the world, but in Japan. Well, actually not just Japan. I think mostly around the world. But sometimes it's true and sometimes not. It really depends. I think that women are more susceptible of having bipolar disorder than men. But I think just things change all the time, especially when it comes to mental health. It's not always going to be a definite, like, it's one gender only. No, not always. Not always. You'll be surprised at how many. The thing is, as well, it can come with culture as well, that most men who have mental illness won't actually come and get help for it. That's the problem. Especially with toxic masculinity. It is huge. Not just in Japan, not just in USA or UK. Mass amount of masculine toxicity, we will talk about it, of how dangerous it is that people think just because you're a man that you can't go and get help from mental health, which is wrong. Just like women can, men could do it as well. At the moment, I'm very thin when it comes to gender, but unfortunately, this is just there now. In the few years, maybe, or less than a few years, that will change because people are actually more getting to talk. Men are more likely to cry now because toxic masculinity is a real thing. And I'm being serious by it. Anyway, moving on. But that's for another stream.
対1です。男と女でかかりやすさに差がありません。よく見てみるとちょっとだけ女性が多いっていうデータはあるんですけど、ほぼ男女比は1対1です。なんか違ってるっぽいですよね。発症年齢も違います。発症年齢でいうと双極性障害は明らかにうつ病よりも若くして発症します。一般的に言うところの脳が基本になって遺伝的な影響を受けている病気というのは比較的やはり若くして発症することが多いんですけれども、やっぱり双極性障害にもそういう面があって、うつ病に比べるとより脳の奥の部分で発症している病気で、基本的には遺伝的な影響をより受けやすいので、
Okay, now he's saying about the old, excuse me, I am eating, so excuse my professionalism. Now he's talking about age group. But the thing is, this is actually from a British. So let me move my logo 1 second. This is from 1990. They say the age range between bipolar disorder is from 20 years old to 30 years old. This is from a long time, which doesn't actually, you gotta just be careful when it comes to references. Sometimes the references can be used to modern day and sometimes it can't. It really depends on how long ago it was to now, the modern thing. I think like now, especially with mental health, there's more case studies being done, loads of stuff like dissertations, all that stuff. But obviously when it comes to this kind of like referencing, it's better when it's much more updated, when it's like a year ago and that. But this is fine because he's in a, I mean, lecturers will always do this. Well, they'll use like a really old situation. It's not always gonna, just take it when it comes to Japanese and Arabic stuff, especially mental health and UK as well as around the world. You take it with a pinch of salt. That's what I'm saying. Carrying on.
隠して発症しやすいっていう違いもあります。10代の後半っていうふうなデータもあったりしますね。はい、こういうことですね。全然違うんですよ。いや、遺伝的にも全然違う。病気として全く違いますよね。詳しく見てみると、患者さんの数も違えば男女差もあるし、発症年齢も違うんです。よく見てみたらね、この2つの生き物もよう見たら全然違いますけど、カニって思ったらどっちもカニに見えますね。同じなんですよ。双極性障害とうつ病はよく見たら全然違うのに、何も考えんと見てたら同じように見えてしてしまうっていうことです。なので全然違うものだよっていうところから始めないと多くの場合に混乱が生じるので、まずそこを違うもんやって今も全部忘れてもこれだけ覚えておいてください。で、今日はこれをさらにぐーっと深掘りしていくんですけど、双極性障害を全解説って言ってるので3つに分けて詳しく解説していきます。1つ目、双極性障害を知って、2つ目、双極性障害に気づいて、十分の知識ありませんからね。 3つ目双極性障害を手なずけるっていう3部パートでお話していきたいと思います。3部構成ですね。1つ目です。双極性障害を知るというお話です。違うと言っていました。クレペリンに喧嘩を見ました。気分障害はうつ病と双極性障害に分かれるけど本当に違うものだって言ってたんですけど、ただね現実的に僕たちがこのうつ病の人と双極性障害の人を見た時に簡単に区別つくかって言ったら区別つけへんです。なので、それはねやっぱりどちらも気分が上がったり下がったりっていうね気分の問題が生じる病気だから区別がつきにくいんですよ。なのであえてですねその似てるところとか違うところとかっていうところをまず最初にしっかりと見ておくとですね見分けもつきやすいんじゃないかと思うので、気分障害として見た時にうつ病と双極性障害の特徴っていうのもちょっと、特に双極性障害をね押さえておきたいなというふうに思っています。双極性障害はもともと相うつ病って言ってました。相うつ病ですね。相状態っていうハイテンションとうつ状態っていうドカーンと落ち込むっていうところから始まる、そういう病気なわけです。そういうもので構成されている病気なわけです。でどちらにもある状態がありますね。うつ病にも双極性障害にも。まずだから共通点はここですね。うつ病にも双極性障害にもあるのはうつ状態です。だからうつ状態ってどんなのかっていうのを最初に押さえておく必要がありますね。9つぐらい症状があるっていうふうに覚えておいてください。覚えなくてもいいです。細かいところまでは覚えなくてもいいんだけど、9つぐらい症状があってそのうち5つぐらい満たしてたら、うつ病とかうつ状態って診断できるんだなって、もわっと覚えておいてください。例えば落ち込む、抑うつ気分ですよねとか、太るとか痩せるとかね、やる気が全然出ないとか、楽しめないとか、眠れないとか、眠すぎるとか、疲れやすいとか、焦る焦燥感ですよね。で自分を責める罪悪感とか、いまいち集中できない、頭が回らないとか、場合によっては生きてても仕方がない、もう死んでしまおうかって、起死燃料と言いますよね。こういう、9つぐらいの症状のうち今5つぐらいを満たしていたら、特にこの上の2つですね、できたら丸つけておいてください。落ち込み、抑うつ気分と楽しめない快感とか、これまでは楽しめていたこととか、そういった事柄が楽しめなくなってきたっていうことが起こると、この2つを満たしていると非常にうつ病、うつ状態であるというリスクが高くなるっていうふうに言われています。感度の高い問診項目が、気分が落ち込んでしまいますかと、以前は楽しめてたことが楽しめなくなりましたかっていう質問だというふうに言われています。はい、これはどっちにもあるんですよね。細かいところはこの動画でご覧ください。一応宣伝で、結局うつ病も双極性障害もこれはあるわけですよ、うつ状態は。なので何が大事かというと、僕たちが双極性障害について知ろうと思うと、相状態っていうふうなものがどんなものかっていうのを知っておくっていうことがやっぱり一番大事だってことですよね。いっぱい書いてありますね。基本的にはすごいハイテンションの人をとりあえず思い浮かべてください。で自信満々だったり、寝なくても平気だったり、あるいは喋りまくり、多弁ですねとか、どんどん次々にアイデアが出てきます。大抵大したアイデアではありませんとか、すぐに気が変わってね、すげえアイデア思いついた、 iPhone を超える新しいデバイスを発見したぞって言ってたと思えばですね、世界を変えるような発電方法を思いついたとか、そんな感じで次々と気分が変わっていくことが多かったりしますね。で活動しまくりです。これ後がとても出てくる話なんで重要な部分だと思ってください。で快楽の追求、とにかく楽しいこととか気持ちのいいことを追求しがちになる、後先考えずにっていうところがあったりしますね。なんていうのか、割と気分が高いんで、ご本人さん的にはね、なんとか幸せな時もあるんかもしれないんですけど、さてここからそう状態の深掘りにしてなっていきます。とは言うても結構ね、これことばかりとはとても言えないほど遠い状態であることが多かったりします。例えばなんですけど、そう状態になると気分が大きくなるので金遣い荒くなるんですよね。もう時効だと思うので、昔いらっしゃった患者さんとかで気分が高くなってですね、先生俺ね事業思いついたから、これから自分の思いついた事業にふさわしい車乗らなあかんと思うねん。せやから車買ったわ、見て真っ赤なスポーツカー、フェとかで始まるやつですね。あなたこんなん買ったんですか、大丈夫ですか。大丈夫、これだけちゃうで先生、全部で9台買うた。1台4000何百万円ですよね。お金遣い荒いと言ってもこんなことしたりするんですよ。もう桁が違います。ビルを買ったとかね、会社を起こすために数億円借金をしたとかね、 そういったような人生棒に振りかねないような浪費をする、これそう状態で時々ある症状です。で気分いいだけだったらいいんですけど、結構ねイライラしまくってる方おられたりするんですよ。周りがちょっとねアホに見えたりするんで、ちょっとやりすぎちゃいますか渥美さん、さやはお前みたいな愚かなものに分かるかって怒りまくったりしてですね、ちょっと良かれと思ってやりすぎちゃいますかって言ってくれた人とかをバカにしまくったりとか、怒りまくったりとか、攻撃しまくったりとか、誹謗中傷したりとかしてしまうので、良かれと思ってやってきてくれた方々が離れていったりします。孤立しがちになります。後々困ります。孤立だけだったらいいんですけど、後先考えずに攻撃したりとかするんで、悪いことをやってる人に正義感が強い人がそう状態になったりとかすると、やばい相手とかに喧嘩を打ったりするんですよね。皆様方もこうね、なんか事務所とか構えてらっしゃるちょっと怖い感じの方がおられたりとかした時に、これ良くないことをやってたとしても自分で注意しようと思わずに警察に通報したりするじゃないですか。直接事務所に乗り込んでいったりとかする場合があるんですよ。命に関わったりすることもあったりします。実際いらっしゃいました。でね、極限までいくとこんな方おられます。我こそは神である、全知全能である、なのでお金なんて何兆円でも手に入るのであると本当にいらっしゃいます。なんとか妄想って言うんですけど、分かりますかね。書き込んでおいてくださいね。皆様方のレジュメにはいっぱい空欄ができていると思いますので、古代妄想と言いますね。先ほどの自分自身に自信があるよっていう考えがちょっとハイテンションだったらそういうことって起こるかもしれませんけど、天井突き破って神様のところまで行っちゃうみたいなね、現実に起こります。ひどいそう状態だったらね。でこんなことも起こりますね。気分が大きいのでね、お金使いすぎてこれ後々困るやつだけリストにしてます。本当に借金を残す場合もあります。クーリングオフができたりとかね、貢献制度が利用できたりとかね、診断書とかでなんとかなればいいんですけど、なんとかならないことも時々あります。問題はこれもそうですね。パートナーとかいらっしゃる方であれば、自分のパートナー以外の方とふっと性的交渉を持ってしまうことが割とあったりします。で、やっぱり支えてくださるパートナーを置いておいて、そう状態の時に、あちこちでそういう関係を持ったりとかすると、支えようと思う気持ちがそら萎えますよね。後々味方が減りますよね。で場合によっては快楽追求って言いましょうね。ちょっと新しいものとかにすぐ手出したくなるんですよ。吸うやつとか打つやつとかですね。で後々その依存になったりとか逮捕されたりとか、これもそう状態の時には非常に高い確率で起こります。で問題はこの次なんですよね。双極性障害はそううつ病です。うつ病です。ほとんどの方はそう状態がずっと続くわけでもなければ、そう状態からニュートラルな寛解状態で落ち着くわけでもありません。そのまま落ち込んでエネルギーがなくなった時に残されるのは借金、パートナーとの葛藤、薬物問題、離れてしまった孤独、なんかようわからんけど役にも立たん外車9台とかだったりするわけですよ。現実的な問題として大きなハンデを抱える可能性があるわけですよね。気分のね、今見ていただいたらね、そこまでの人ってなかなか思わないのってね思われたかもしれません。これあくまで人間のね気分というのにはね通常浮き沈みがあるわけですよ。正常な気分、正常でも浮き沈みありますよね。双極性障害のそう状態の方はよく言われることですね。これは正常のちょっと気分が弱くなった状態やってよく言わはるんですけど、要するにそれは一つご本人にとってはある程度間違いないというか、そう感じられることで、浮き沈みがあるのは普通ですね。でただその浮き沈みがすごく激しくなっちゃうとうつというふうに言いますね。ちょっとしんどいなっていうぐらいだったら正常範囲にうつかもしれませんし、やる気がなくなっちゃったな、動かれへんな、ある程度軽度とか中等度のうつかもしれません。もう生きてても仕方がないな、死んじゃおうか、これ重度かもしれませんね。程度によります。うつもそうも同じですね。ちょっとハイテンションでっていうぐらいのこれ普通のハイテンションかもしれません。少しちょっと周りがねちょっとこれ困るなって軽装で、今言ったのは基本的にそう状態ですね。完全なるそう状態です。でこれをわざわざお話したのは何かというと、双極性障害といっても2つタイプがあるっていうことを知っていただくためなんですよ。双極性障害は2つのタイプがあります。1つ目、双極1型障害というものがありまして、これが今お話ししたフェラーリを数台買いに行きたくなったりとか、周りの人に喧嘩売りまくったりとか、場合によっては命に関わるような相手にも喧嘩を売ったりとか、あるいは自分のことを神だと思ってしまうとかね、そういったレベルにまで達してしまう方はこれそう状態です。でそのそう状態っていうところまで上振れするのが双極1型です。じゃあ2型って何かというとこれですね。そこまでいかんのですよ。いかないのはあくまで そう状態にいかないっていうことです。軽装状態です。軽装状態についてはまた後からでお話しします。重要なポイントここですね。落ち込みのレベルに関しては1型も2型も差はありません。つまりもう死んじゃいたいなっていうところまで2型はちゃんと行くっていうことです。1型も行きますよ。でも2型もちゃんと行くっていうことです。要は上振れのレベルがもう天井突き破っていってんのが1型、そこまでいかんのが2型っていうことですね。結局この2つを分けてるのは天井がそう状態までいっちゃうか軽装状態までいっちゃうかなんですよ。じゃあどうやって見分けるか。基本的に見分ける指標は2つです。これですね。期間と程度です。期間にちゃんと決まりがありまして、やっぱり持続する時間がね、そう状態の方が長いんですよ。1週間以上です。1週間以上って言ってるんですけど、1週間で収まる人あまりいません。数ヶ月以上続いてもう本当に抑えつかえないとどうしようもない方結構おられます。で、軽装状態は基本的にはもうちょっと短いです。4日以上ってなってます。軽装状態というとね、ご本人さん結構上機嫌なこともあるんでね、割といい状態なんかなっていうふうに想像するかもしれませんけど、軽装状態と言われるものでも大体周りから見てるとドン引きレベルです。ちょっとこいつやばいんちゃうのっていうぐらいですね。で、これをそう状態と思ってる方結構おられるんですけど、これ大体軽装状態なんですよ。そう状態ってのは今言ったものですね。もうこのままこの人ほっといたら命を失うか人生棒に振るかどっちかやなっていうところまでいってんのがそう状態です。つまりほとんどそう状態になっている方ってよほどラッキーでない限り入院治療が必要になることが多いです。それぐらいのレベルだというふうに思っておいてください。このあたりがね1型と2型の違いということですね。なので我々が知っておくとか、押さえとかないといけないのは実はそう状態じゃないんですよね。そう状態ってもう見たら分かりますわ。もう二度と忘れられませんから。もう本当にねフェラーリ5台とか6台とか契約してこられたら二度と忘れられないですよっていうぐらいに見たら分かります。なんですけど軽装状態って分かりにくいんですよ。ハイテンションでねなんていうのか上機嫌でねめっちゃ喋るぐらいの感じだったら分かるんですけどね、我々の前では意外にそのあたりのことをちゃんと見せないことがあります。お医者さんの前ではこんなことよく言ったりするんですよ。先生ずっとうつやったんですけど最近ねやっとね元気になってきたんですよ。よかったですね。なんか2週間前とだいぶ印象違うよな。家の人からね電話が入ったりメールが入ったりするんですよ。先生最近子の話ちゃんと聞いてくれてますか。なんかね調子ようなったとか言ったらねもう家の人にも私らにも8つ当たりしまくりで電話で友達に怒りまくってたりとか片っ端から LINE ブロックしたりとかもう大変なんですよ。イライラしてとか。それだけじゃないんですよ先生。もう次から次に新しい相手捕まえてきてもう3日とか4日おきなんですよ。このままやったら変な相手に引っかかれへんかと思ってもう私ら心配してるんですわ。快楽追求恋愛に対して非常に奔放になる方おられます。先生何とかしてください。元気になったって言ってたけどもう通販サイトで次から次に買い物して先月もとうとうクレジットカード止まっちゃいましたっていうようなことを我々には言いません。言わないです。言わないけどでこれが軽装状態なんですよ。ドン引きでしょ。ドン引きなんですよ軽装状態でも。でも軽装状態の一番のポイントは患者さんってまだ軽装状態であることを割と隠そうとしていることが多いです。隠そうとするのは理由があってこの状態を続けたいと思っている方が結構多かったりするんですよ。なのでこんな言い方は失礼なんですけど患者さんが我々を軽装状態になってるっていうふうに気づかれないように隠蔽しちゃってることさえあったりするんですよ。ご本人にとってはそうですよね。さっき出てきましたね。やっと元気になりましたって思ってるからなんですよね。なので2型はね隠されるってことはぜひ覚えておいてください。難しいんですよ。こんなこともあります。混合状態というのがあってねさらに分かりづらいです。先生もうしんどいですわ。本当にしんどい。ずっとしんどくてしんどくてしゃあないんですけどなんかねしんどい時に限ってねうちの旦那がいらんこと言うんでね怒鳴りつけたりました。であれなんかそこの部分だけエネルギーあるよねとかしんどいなと思ってパソコンとかでネットサーフィンしたりスマホとか見てたら私に喧嘩売ってくるやつおるんですよ。それと相手してるんですよ。寝ずにとかね。これ患者さん本人はうつ的な気分にあるんですけど攻撃性のエネルギーを持っているところとか 睡眠の欲求が下がっていて寝ずにも平気になっているところとかっていう軽装状態そう状態の要素が混じり込んでくることがあります。逆もあります。そう状態の軽装状態の中にちょっとこう落ち込んでいる要素が混じり込んでくることがあります。これを混合状態と言います。でこの混合状態になっていると患者さんご本人は大抵自分のことはうつだと思ってるんですけど、なのでうつだと思ってるんでうつの治療をしたいと思ってるんですけど、大抵こういう時には軽装状態そう状態に準じて扱っていかないと、余計なことをしてしまったりとかさらにエネルギーを浪費してしまったりとかしてしまったりすることがあるので、混合状態っていう状態があるよっていうことは我々は押さえておいてもいいかもしれません。つまり単純に
Hey, Aureus, I just realized how long this was. I did watch it before. There are some really interesting topics. Well, especially this one actually. This one's quite common in Japan. With the okay, 1 second. He goes a lot of the medical stuff, a huge amount. I have put it in the description. I didn't realize how long this was actually, but I did see a glimpse of it. This is actually pretty interesting, but it's definitely a long time. Hello. That's weird. Ah. It's very informative how I'm here, but I have to go. I hope I can catch you live again next time. Thank you, Emil. Michaela, thank you very much. I appreciate it loads. Thank you. Yeah, I hope I am informative. That's what I'm hoping to do. Anyway, thank you for coming to my stream. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. All right, Oreos. I think we'll go through an Arabic one, and there's another Japanese one that I've. So this is the Arabic one, and I do like thinking this guy a lot. He's very interesting, actually. It is quite old, but he does talk about some stuff. This one's I did actually hear this one. I think this is more like hospital mostly. So we'll probably get rid of that one. This one's interesting. I did put it in descriptions as well, so do check them out. This is the same guy. Dedicated health provider. So we do oh my gosh. Okay, we'll go through a few more. I think maybe not this one. I think we're okay with this one. I think it was pretty good. Do follow it. We'll go through a few more. I think we'll just go through the Arabic one. The Arabic one's pretty interesting. And I think I have to I didn't realize the time of how many hours I've been doing this. I'm glad it's been informative. I think we'll do the Arabic one and then we might have to end the stream because I know I've got one. I might do one tonight. I'll see. Yeah, I really have to think about it. But it's been really interesting though, that's for sure. But I hope with my streams it doesn't help. It definitely helps, I hope. Dealing with bipolar disorder. So it makes you more informative. I'm gonna quickly go and pee. I'll be right back. I've been drinking a lot of water. It's good to drink water. I'll be right back. BRB. Where's the music? I need to change that. There we go. Hope you can hear it. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go and pee. I'll be right back. BRB. Hello Oreos, I'm back. So this is the Arabic form of bipolar disorder in Arabic. As I said before, I'm a multiple speaker of languages. I can't read Arabic, but I can understand it and speak it. Well, I hope so, and Japanese as well. I will in the future learn to read and write it because it is a very pretty language, Arabic. I'm deciding I might take a short break, and I really, to be honest, Stellar Blade is really getting into me right now, the game. So I don't know if I want to play the demo tonight. It's not very long, thankfully. So anyway, moving on. We'll see. If I decide to play it, I might change my stream to tonight. It'll probably be at 7. I just need I need like a bit of a break, and then we'll come back to it. We're gonna do the Arabic one, and I think I'll show you all the Japanese translation one and Arabic one. Like I said, all the videos and everything I used today, wanted to go through it. I didn't realize the time and how long it was. My bad for that. Please do check my YouTube videos. But this is the Arabic one. So please, it is informative. I have watched it before. But like I said, especially with Arabic stuff, please take it with a pinch of salt.
قاعد مع أصحابك لقيت نفسك فجأة حزين ويائس.
Wait, I should really put the subtitles. Give me 1 second. Oh no, it doesn't have subtitles. Oh, fish cake. That's annoying. Oh well.
في مرة وانت قاعد مع أصحابك لقيت نفسك فجأة حزين ويائس وفاقد متعة أي شيء حواليك ومش عايز تعمل أي حاجة في حياتك حتى الاهتمام بنفسك، ومرة واحدة كل ده بيتغير ولقيت نفسك سعيد ومبتهج ومقبل على الحياة ومليان.
This is bipolar disorder, written in Arabic, okay? So please be aware, it is in Arabic. I am an Arabic speaker and listener of Arabic. So anyway, moving on.
طاقة وحيوية وتفاؤل. ساعتها بتقول الحمد لله خلاص أنا بقيت كويس، دي كانت حالة وعدت خلاص وهرجع تاني أعيش حياتي بشكل طبيعي. بس الحقيقة مش كده، ومش هتمارس حياتك بشكل طبيعي لأنك ببساطة بتعاني من حاجة اسمها اضطراب ثنائي القطب. أهلا بكم في حلقة جديدة من فارماستان. بعد سنين طويلة من المعاناة، المغنية سيلينا جوميز لقت أخيراً إجابة لحالتها الطبية بعد معارك طويلة مع صحتها العقلية. في سنة 2016 خدت استراحة من شغلها بعد ما عانت من نوبات الهلع والاكتئاب، وفي سنة 2017 عملت عملية زرع كلى، وبعدها قالت إن الجراحة دي كانت السبب في إصابتها بنوبات اكتئاب. وعند سنة 2018 وبعد الانهيار العاطفي اللي حصل لها، طلبت إنها تتعالج، وبالفعل خضعت للعلاج السلوكي الجدلي علشان يساعدها شوية في معالجة مشاعرها ويخرجها من الحالة اللي هي فيها. واخر حاجه حصلت مؤخرا هي اصابتها باضطراب ثنائي القطب. زمان كانوا بيقولوا على اضطراب ثنائي القطب انه حاجه اسمها اكتئاب هوسي او مانيك ديبريشن، وده بيكون مرض عقلي خطير بيعمل تغيرات في الحاله المزاجيه والانفعالات ومستويات الطاقه، والتغيرات دي ممكن تحصل من ايام لاسابيع. اضطراب ثنائي القطب او البايبولار ديس اوردر تم اكتشافه في القرن الاول الميلادي على ايد واحد اسمه اريتايوس القبدوقي، والراجل ده كان اول واحد بدا يعمل تحليل لاعراض الاكتئاب والهوس في اليونان. وبعد قرون طويله من الصمت عن هذا النوع من الامراض، جه الطبيب الفرنسي جان بيير فاليري وعمل بحث وصف فيه اضطراب الهوس ثنائي القطب الاكتئابي، والكلام ده كان في منتصف القرن 19. وبعدها على طول كان اول تشخيص للمرض ده بناء على البحث بتاعه. وفي بدايه القرن العشرين جه الطبيب النفسي الالماني ايميل كيبرلين بتحليل تاثير الاضطرابات العقليه، ومن بعدها بقوا يعتمدوا على تحليله بشكل اساسي في تصنيف الاضطرابات العقليه اللي من ضمنها اضطراب ثنائي القطب. مريض البايبولر ممكن يكون عنده هوس او اكتئاب او الاتنين مع بعض في نفس الوقت في نوبات مختلطه، واعراض المرض هنا بتختلف من نوع للتاني لان اضطراب ثنائي القطب في منه اكتر من نوع، يعني بيكون على حسب هل هو مصاحب لاكتئاب ولا الهوس. في اعراض اكتئابيه ممكن تظهر على الشخص تخص عواطفه، زي احساسه انه تعيس طول الوقت، مش قادر يستمتع بحياته وحاسس دايما انه مش مستقر بدنيا، وبيكون دايما متوتر بشكل عصبي ممكن يوصله للانتحار. هتلاقي في حاجات كمان ممكن تاثر على تفكيره، زي انه مش عارف ياخد اي قرار في حياته ومش عارف يركز في اي حاجه نهائي. ده طبعا غير فقدان الشهيه واضطرابات النوم، وبيلازمه احساس مستمر بالتعب، وبيفقد الرغبه في اي حاجه حتى الرغبه الجنسيه، وحاسس انه على طول عايز يعيط لكن مش قادر يعيط. اما بقى لو كان مصاحبه الهوس مش الاكتئاب، هنلاقي ان ثقته في نفسه زايده جدا ودايما في سعاده كانه طاير في في السماء، ولو رحت تكلمه في حاجه مش على مزاجه هيتعصب منك جدا. انت ايه نسيت نفسك؟ بيكون دايما حاسس ان هو شخص مهم مش زي اي حد فيكم. هتلاقيه دايما بيفكر في افكار جديده ومتهوره.
One second. I think this is. I feel like this is something different from what I remember. Give me a second. I gotta just check something. Hmm. Hmm. 1 second. I'm just checking something. I've seen this before, but I feel like every time he talks, it's something different, which is weird. So give me 1 sec. Just gonna check something. Oh, okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. There's some different forms of dialect of Arabic, by the way, but all different kinds. Please don't ever try to assume what my kind is just from my accent. Like I said, there's definitely millions of different. There's like almost 75 dialects of Arabic, so please be aware of that.
لدرجة ان هو لو معاه فلوس ممكن يستثمرها كلها في مشروع خسران، بس بيكون حاسس دايما ان هو عنده وجهة نظر، حاجة انتوا مش شايفينها، وان المشروع هينجح في الاخر. امشي انت بس ورايا، خليك واثق فيا. ممكن تلاقيه كمان في بعض الاوقات بيسمع اصوات محدش غيره بيسمعها.
1 second, I'm really curious. This is definitely Egypt. I could be wrong. So give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm sure it's Egypt. I could be wrong.
كان في شخص بيحكي
Yeah, يرجى. I think it's Egypt. Egyptian Arabic is actually really beautiful compared to like other countries of UAE. Yeah, Egypt. I thought so. I knew this was Egypt dialect. I thought so. Okay. Egyptian dialect is the most is a very common Arabic language, and it's pretty much the nicest because you hear like so. I've seen so many movies and dramas in Arabic, and yeah, Egyptian is like the biggest when it comes to dramas. Anyway, carrying on. My bad. My bad. I just had it. There's no harm in checking stuff. Anyway, moving on.
ايه ده؟ ايه الاصوات دي؟ انا في حد بيكلمني محدش شايفه غيري وانا بس اللي سامعه. انتوا ازاي مش سامعينه؟ انا في حد بيكلمني وبينادي على اسمي. انتوا طرشتوا ولا ايه؟ دايما تصرفاته فيها تهور، وبيحس ان هو عنده طاقة كبيرة جدا. دايما بيتكلم بسرعة لدرجة ان الناس ممكن ما تفهموش. دايما افكاره بتتسارع كأنهم بيجروا وراه، وممكن يحس انه عامل زي الآلة مش محتاج ينام زي بقية الناس. وفي اللحظات دي رغبته الجنسية بتزيد بشكل كبير جدا. هتلاقيه كمان طول الوقت قاعد بيصرف في فلوس كتيرة جدا، وبيشتري حاجات هو مش محتاجها، وبيعامل الغرباء بشكل مش لطيف ابدا. بمعنى تاني انك بشكل عام هتلاقي سلوكه مش منضبط. في صفات من اللي احنا قلناها ممكن تبان ايجابية، لكن لما الشخص يكون في حالة هوس تام ساعتها ممكن الصفات دي توصل لمراحل خطيرة جدا. وكمان في اثناء نوبات الهوس ممكن تراودهم بعض الاوهام، زي انه بقى عنده قوة خارقة محدش ملاحظها، او ممكن مثلا يدعي النبوة انه جاي لنا في مهمة شخصية من عند ربنا. وفي اعراض تانية كمان ممكن يعانوا منها زي التقلبات المزاجية السريعة جدا اللي المريض فيها بيعاني من 4 نوبات من الاكتئاب والهوس خلال سنة معينة. لما نيجي بقى للمرض نفسه هنلاقي منه 4 انواع، وغالبا كلهم بيكونوا مشتركين في الحالة المزاجية السيئة اللي المريض بيعاني منها. وممكن كمان يحس باليأس والإحباط ونقص في الطاقة والتركيز. واللي بيميز المرض ده عن الاكتئاب ان المريض ممكن في بعض الأحيان يحس بحالة مزاجية أفضل شوية من مريض الاكتئاب، واللي ساعتها ممكن نقول عليها نوبات هوس أو نوبات هوس خفيفة. وده طبعا هيعتمد على مستوى شدة الاضطراب عندهم. النوع الأول هو بايبولار 1. في النوع ده المريض بيعاني من اكتئاب شديد، لكن حالة الهوس بتكون أقل. وبعضهم ممكن يعاني من هوس فقط لكن درجته هتبقى خفيفة. وفي النوع ده الحالة المزاجية للمريض بتفضل تتدهور بشكل كبير جدا، وممكن تطلب انه يدخل المستشفى. ده غير نوبات الهوس اللي مش بتتعالج وممكن تستمر معاه من 3 ل 6 شهور. النوع التاني عندنا اسمه بايبولار 2. في النوع ده بيحصل حالة اكتئاب شديدة جدا مع هوس خفيف، وممكن يمروا بانخفاضات في الحالة المزاجية. ونوبات الهوس هنا ممكن تستمر معاه 4 أيام على الأقل علشان يبدأ يتشخص انه مريض بالنوع ده. ده غير ان الأعراض ممكن تستمر من أسابيع لكام شهر. النوع الثالث معنا اسمه تغير المزاج السريع او رابط سايكلينج. وفي النوع ده المريض بيمر ب4 حالات من تقلبات المزاج واضطراب العاطفة الشديدة، والاشخاص دول بيكون عندهم حالة من المزاج السيء بيليها حالة من المزاج الجيد او الهوس الخفيف. والنوع الرابع
Thank
والاخير
you.
هو اضطراب المزاج الدوري او سايكلوثايميا، وفي النوع ده تقلبات المزاج ما بتكونش شديدة لكنها بتستمر لفترات طويلة، ممكن تكون اطول من النوع الثالث. طب يا ترى ايه سبب الاصابة بالمرض ده؟ للاسف حتى الان ما عرفوش ايه هو السبب المحدد للاصابة بالمرض ده، لكن بعض العلماء عندهم اعتقاد ان في عوامل بيئية ووراثية متحكمة في الاصابة بالمرض ده، لكن يا ترى ايه هو الجين اللي مسؤول عن الاصابة؟ محدش يعرف. طيب عوامل بيئية ووراثية ازاي؟ زي مثلا الاشخاص اللي عندهم حد من العيلة بيعاني من المرض ده بتكون احتمالية اصابتك انت كمان 10 مرات عن المعدل الطبيعي. ده غير كمان ان بعض ادوية الاكتئاب ممكن تحفز نوبات الهوس، وفي الغالب الناس اللي بتتصاب بالمرض ده بيكونوا في الاساس بيعانوا من اضطرابات تانية زي اضطرابات القلق واضطرابات فرط الحركة ونقص الانتباه، وممكن كمان يكونوا مصابين ببعض اضطرابات الشخصية اللي ممكن تخلي العلاج تحدي كبير جدا. نسبة الاصابة بالمرض ده بتكون حوالي 2% في اي مرحلة من مراحل حياتك العمرية، لكن بعد سن ال40 احتمالية اصابتك بالمرض ده بتقل بشكل كبير جدا. وكمان مفيش اي فرق بين الرجال والنساء في الاصابة بالمرض ده. لو كنت بتعاني من الهوس لاول مرة ممكن ما تلاحظش اي حاجة غريبة، ممكن تفتكر ان كل اللي هيحصل لك ساعتها طبيعي. في حالة ذهنية العلماء بيسموها سايكوتيك سيمبتوم، ودي حالة من الاضطراب الذهني بيعاني منها المريض لما بيمر بنوبات الهوس او الاكتئاب، وساعتها النوبات بتكون شديدة جدا لدرجة انها ممكن تفصلك عن الواقع. يعني لو كانت نوبات هوس فزي ما قلنا من شوية بيبدأ المريض بيحس بالعظمة وانه جاي في مهمة خاصة وعنده قدرات خارقة. اما لو كانت نوبات اكتئاب فالمريض بيحس ان هو ارتكب ذنب كبير جدا محدش في الكون عمله. وفي بعض الاحيان في هلاوس بتصاحب النوعين من النوبات، وبتكون هلاوس سمعية وبصرية وكلها حاجات غير واقعية. لكن بالرغم من كل ده ما نقدرش نعرف اذا كانت النوبات دي ممكن تتكرر او لا. وعلى حسب كلام الجمعية العالمية للطب النفسي اللي قالت ان من 10 ل 15% من الناس بتجيلهم النوبات مرة واحدة وما بتتكررش، وان حوالي 10% منهم بيعانوا من اكتئاب مزمن بعد اصابتهم بالنوبة الاولى. والاغرب من كده ان في حوالي 80% منهم بيفضل طول عمره بيعاني من نوبات وانتكاسات مدى الحياة. طيب اهم سؤال في الحلقة، هل المرض ده ليه علاج؟ على الرغم ان حتى الان مفيش اي علاج محدد قادر على التخلص من الاضطراب ده، الا ان تحديد الاشخاص المصابين بالمرض ده ومحاولة علاجهم تعتبر من اهم الخطوات في طريق العلاج، لان الشخص ده لو سبته ممكن يأذي نفسه او ممكن ينتحر. من اقدم انواع العلاج واكثرهم فعالية هي املاح الليثيوم، لانها بتشتغل على تثبيت الحالة المزاجية او تخفيف حدة التقلبات المزاجية العنيفة اللي المريض بيعاني منها بشكل مستمر.
Can I mention something? This girl does not blink, but you can see the edit, so there's no harm in that. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, there's some stuff I know it's really random. You'll get used to me, don't worry.
ده غير كمان انها بتقدر تعالج نوبات الهوس بشكل افضل من نوبات الاكتئاب. نسبة استجابة المرضى اللي بيعانوا من نوبات الهوس للعلاج بالليثيوم كانت من 60 ل 70%، وطبعا دي نسبة كويسة جدا لانها هنا بالنسبة للمريض بتكون عاملة زي الفرامل اللي بتوقف كل النوبات اللي بيعاني منها. لكن لو الشخص بياخد ادوية تانية مع املاح الليثيوم لازم ياخد باله تبقى كل حاجة تحت اشراف الطبيب، لان بعض انواع مضادات الاكتئاب بتحفز نوبات الهوس وممكن تلغي تأثير علاج الليثيوم. وفي انواع تانية من العلاج ممكن تساعد المريض زي الادوية المضادة للذهان والمضاد للتشنجات وبعض انواع البنزودايزيبين. لكن للاسف الحلو ما بيكملش لان ليهم بعض الاثار الجانبيه اللي ممكن تاثر على بعض المرضى، ومش كل المرضى بيبينوا تحسن مع النوع ده من الادويه. وطبعا العلاج السلوكي المعرفي بيكون مهم جدا لكن ممكن ما يديش اي تحسن مع المرضى اللي بيعانوا من نوبات هوس، بس هي برضه هتفضل طريقه علاج كويسه جدا عشان تساعد المريض بشكل عام، خصوصا بعد ما يتخلص من نوبات الهوس، عشان تهيئه وتخليه يعرف يتعامل بشكل صحيح مع المواقف المرهقه للاعصاب واللي ممكن ترجعه تاني للنوبات اللي كان بيعاني منها. وفي طرق تانية كمان في العلاج وتعتبر هي الأقوى في علاج اضطراب ثنائي القطب، زي العلاج بجلسات تنظيم إيقاع المخ أو بمعنى أصح الجلسات الكهربية، ودي اتكلمنا عنها بالتفصيل في حلقة قبل كده اسمها العلاج بالكهرباء. وأخيرا لو حد قالك إن النوع ده من الناس مش ممكن يتحسنوا ولا يرجعوا طبيعيين فبلاش تصدقهم، وهقول لك ليه. لأن الحقيقة هي إن الأشخاص اللي بيعانوا من المرض ده معظمهم بيكون عندهم وظائف ناجحة وحياة سعيدة وبيكونوا ناس أذكياء وناجحين في حياتهم، بس الفكرة إن العيشة مع الاضطراب ده بيمثل تحدي كبير جدا ليهم، ومع الاستمرار في العلاج ممكن الشخص يرجع يعيش حياة كويسة جدا زيه زي أي حد عادي. هيجي حد يقول
Thank
لي دول
you.
بيعانوا من نوبات هوس ونوبات اكتئاب، هقول له تمام، بس الأغلبية بيكون عندهم نوبات اكتئاب أكتر من الهوس، وممكن الهوس يكون خفيف لدرجة إنه ما يلاحظش على نفسه أي أعراض. لو كنت بتعاني من المرض ده حاول دايما طول الوقت إنك تحط نفسك في بيئة كويسة، وابعد عن أي حد بيقول لك كلام سلبي، وحط نفسك وسط ناس دايما بتحبك ودايما بيدعموك، وحاول تاخد أكبر قدر كافي من النوم يوميا وإنك تاكل كويس عشان تساعد تساعد جسمك على العلاج. ولما تبدأ تحس بمشاكل أو ضغوطات نفسية حاول تكلم صديق قريب منك بترتاح له وبتثق فيه، وعمر كلامك معاه ما هيكون ضعف منك ولا هيكون معناه إنك عبء على الناس. بالعكس، ده لما يكون جنبك ناس قريبين منك وبيحبوك وعايزينك تخف ده من أكتر الحاجات اللي هتساعدك وهتعجل في شفائك. وحاول دايما تراقب تصرفاتك وحالتك المزاجية عشان لما يحصل فيها أي تغيرات تبدأ تلحقها في الوقت المناسب. المرض النفسي عمره ما كان عيب ولا عمره كان ذنب عشان تخجل منه. مشاهير كتير وعباقرة وعلماء كانوا بيعانوا من المرض ده، وفي منهم اللي عرف يخف منه وفي منهم اللي عرف يتكيف معاه. كل حاجة ممكن يكون ليها حل، بس انت لازم تكون واثق في كده وما تخافش. احنا كلنا معاك، حاسين بيك وبمعاناتك، وهنوصل دايما صوتك للناس عشان يعرفوا انت بتحس بايه ويعرفوا يتعاملوا معاك بشكل صحيح. نشوفكم الحلقة الجاية. لو المحتوى اللي بنقدمه عجبك وعايزنا نستمر اشترك في قناة فارماستان على يوتيوب وما تنساش تشغل الجرس. هتلاقي المصادر تحت الفيديو وهتلاقي معاهم الاكونت الشخصي بتاعي على انستجرام.
Alright, Oreos. Let me put some music in. I'm still deciding if I should play Stellar Blade. I really want to actually, but we'll see. Amy Oreos, I think I will take a bit of a break. Probably knowing me 30 minutes or longer. And then, so like I said, all of the videos I've used for today, even translations as well. You check my YouTube video on YouTube. Sorry, Twitch people. I might put it in the description as well. I probably should actually. I can put it on the description for Twitch. But like I said, I think in the future when I'm kind of study a bit more for Chinese and for Mandarin and Korean, I will add them as well. Like I said, I'm Orion Ookami. I hope it's been useful for you all. It definitely has been useful for me. I'm always learning something new, which is nice. So it's informative to me, informative to you, which I really hope. Anyway, Kimberly and Michaela, thank you very much for coming to my stream. Oreo Lurkers, I see there's many of you today. Hello. So many. Thank you very much, Oreo Lurkers. I really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for, I'm just checking my Twitch right now, but thank you for the, oh wow, 300. Oh my gosh, on Twitch. Thank you, Oreos. I really do appreciate it. I might take a bit of a break, and I might play Stellar Blade in a bit. We'll see. It's a real good game, but I have the demo, so it's only 2 hours, thankfully. Anyway, Oreos, I hope that's been interesting and informative because that was very fun for me. I'm Orion Ookami saying, we change the screen. I'm Orion Ookami saying good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. That's where in the world you are. Thank you very much for coming to my stream. Oreos, thank you. And please, 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 as I said before, if anyone who tells you they have a mental condition, please be aware of your boundaries and respect. Be kind, always. Anyway, I'm Orion Ookami. I'll let you all know on Discord if I decide to play Stellar Blade or not. I might just take a small break, we'll see. I'm Orion Ookami. Thank you all for coming up to my stream. I really appreciate it, as always. I'll see you all maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, but tomorrow we're definitely gonna play for watch party for I think that's 2 hours or something, I can't remember. And maybe Genshin. I've seen Genshin and it's coming out farther. It's coming out tomorrow, I think. I need to check on that. Anyway, Oreos, thank you very much for coming to my stream. I'll see you all tomorrow or tonight. We'll see. Mata ashita. Kind of. Bye. Thank you.